To do I want to use the mallet?
Good afternoon. This is the Town of Hempstead Board of Appeals, January 21st, 2 p.m. meeting. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
Is there anyone in the audience who has not appeared before us before? Okay. So I'll give the abbreviated form of speech. The manner in which we conduct the hearings are as follows. First, we will call for any adjournments. They will be taken first, and then we'll get into the calendar. As you may have observed, we do have a court reporter. The proceedings are videotaped. If you'd like to refer to them in the future, you're free to do so. Many people spend their lives doing that. Can't understand why. The cases are called in order, and the applicant is the first to speak. If there are any people who object to the application, they'll be given the opportunity to voice their concerns, and then we allow the applicant to sum up, and we close the cases. We would appreciate people not speaking over each other because we do have a court reporter and she can only listen to one person at a time. Some of the cases will be decided today, others will take a little bit longer. If you want to see whether or not your case was granted, you can call the office tomorrow morning and the staff will let you know whether or not a decision was made in the case. Okay? Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, we do have two applications for adjournment for this afternoon. First is case 4926 Belmore WKH Realty LLC. Use variance to construct second floor addition for apartment with front yard setbacks on Belmore Avenue and Wallace Avenue. Variance in off-street parking, also known as 1843 Belmore Avenue.
Anyone here on that case? Come up.
Sir, please come. Yeah.
Name and address.
Good afternoon. William Cohen, AIA. I'm the architect of record, 5512 Merrick Road, Massapequa, New York.
How can we help you?
We are looking for an adjournment. There was a miscommunication on posting proper signage, and we'd like to get on the next agenda.
49. Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, we can do February 25th at 2 p.m. The new mailing window would be, and signpost, it would be between January 29th and February 5th. So please contact the office and they will provide you with what you need.
Very good. Thank you.
Welcome. Have a good day.
Next, we have case 5026 near Floor Park, Karamiv Singh, use variance to maintain two-family dwelling, also known as 95 to 23 243rd Street.
Good afternoon, Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmont, New York, 11710. I was contacted by the attorney that may represent the client and asked to have it adjourned this afternoon. I spoke to Patrick, and we suggested March 25th, 2026, if it's okay with the board.
Who's the attorney?
Chris Brown, possibly.
Why?
To prepare for the case, get it going. The applicant is not represented by anybody except for the drafting service, I believe.
March 25th at what time, Patrick? 2
2
p.m.?
2 p.m.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
welcome.
Hey, since this is maintained, it's an illegal two-family right now?
I have no idea about it except reading the minutes. I was just contacted. I was going to be here this afternoon and,
Well, since it's a maintained, we can't adjourn it much more than this. Okay. I
Correct.
mean, I think this should be the only adjournment. Because, you know,
I understand.
okay.
We'll take that up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Was it at 11 or 2, John?
2 p.m.
Next, we have case 5126 Hewlett, New York, SMSA, limited partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless. Special exception to install 9 wireless communication antennas, 2 equipment cabinets, and 1 Delta battery on top of existing building, also known as 63 through 69 Prospect Avenue.
We haven't seen one of these in a while. Right there, sorry. Oh. This is a residential home. Ah.
We used to have so many of these, and then we had none.
Okay.
Why is it?
Residential building there. On this one, Katora, on this one, I thought it was a residential home. I thought it was on a one-family home. And
Oh, what is it?
it's an apartment house or a condo.
I know you may not know.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I do. Understood. I'll leave him right here. That's it. Okay. Can you take out item 1 separately? Okay. Okay. Good. Yep. Right. Okay. afternoon, Chairman Regano and members of the board. I'm Eric Hellman of Amato Law Group, PLLC. Our offices are located at 666 Old Country Road, Suite 901, Garden City, New York, 11530. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, New York SMSA Limited Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless. Verizon Wireless is a public utility under the laws of New York State, is a commercial wireless communications service provider. Verizon Wireless is licensed by the Federal Communications Commission to provide mobile personal communication services on licensed frequency bands. Verizon Wireless is seeking a special use permit to construct, operate, and maintain a concealed public utility wireless communications facility at 6369 Prospect Avenue, Hewlett, New York. Pursuant to Town Code Sections 14211A and 14221, as well as Building Zone Ordinance Sections 310 and 272A9. Verizon Wireless has a need for the proposed communications facility at the property in order to remedy gaps in coverage and densify or bring capacity to Verizon's network in the Hewlett area. As demonstrated by the record, the proposed communication facility fully complies with all applicable special use permit criteria contained in both the town code and the building zone ordinance, uses stealth technology to eliminate any visual impacts, is the least intrusive location to remedy Verizon Wireless service deficiencies in this area, and fully complies with the applicable FCC maximum permissible exposure limits. Total exposure levels for the public areas at this site will be less than 2.3 times below the applicable limit. As I mentioned before, the subject property is located at 6369 Prospect Avenue, Hewlett, New York. The Nassau County tax map designation for the property is Section 42, Block E, lots 99 and 756. The property is approximately 5.05 acres in area and is developed with a two-story apartment building complex. The building's rooftop is improved with HVAC equipment, stairwell bulkheads, and a decorative cupola with a weather vane extending to a total top height of 46 feet and 3 inches. The property is situated within the town's CA residence district. The immediate area primarily consists of single and multi-family residential and institutional uses within residential zoning districts. Verizon Wireless has taken substantial measures to propose a site which maximizes the use of the building's architectural features, to conceal its communications facility and preserve the character and aesthetics of the residential area in which the facility must be located. Specifically, Verizon Wireless proposes to remove and replace the existing cupola with a new and slightly larger radio frequency compatible concealment cupola. The replacement cupola will be designed to match the existing cupola in color and design, but it will be slightly larger and 5 feet 1 inch taller than the existing cupola. But it will remain compatible and proportionate with the building.
Wait, so is that whole cupola there right now?
There's one.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah, it's there right now, but Verizon is proposing to replace it with a new RF compatible concealment cupola. So everything's going inside it.
Oh, wait, so the whole thing is already there?
Yes, that's correct.
I thought you were adding a section on.
Now just swapping it out with just a slightly larger cupola. So the visibility of the replacement cupola from the surrounding area will remain the same as the existing conditions. 9 antennas and associated equipment would be installed within the replacement cupola. Battery cabinets and associated ancillary equipment would be located within a 200 square foot secured equipment room within the basement of the building. 4 small GPS units are to be mounted to the building's chimney. As previously mentioned, the subject property is approximately 5 acres in area. The large lot area of the subject property will provide a significant buffer to the nearest single-family homes. As I previously stated, Verizon Wireless has a need for the communication facility at the property to address significant gaps and provide capacity to its network.
May I ask you, I know you're an attorney and you know that there's a lot federal usurpation going on in this area. Can I ask you what basis do you believe we are supposed to consider in our analysis? Do you believe it's solely aesthetics, or how do you think we used to do the gap analysis a lot 15 years ago when we had these on a regular basis. That was before it was determined that there's much more usurpation by the federal regulatory structure, et cetera. So what do you say to us is the items we're to consider and our jurisdictional aspects, so to speak?
So we need to show that there's a need for the facility, which we have based on the RF report that was submitted. That's part of the record. And we also need to show that this will be the least intrusive method of addressing the need for the facility, which we believe we've also demonstrated that by really when this site is constructed, you're not going to know the difference between before and after. Like I said, all of the supporting equipment's going in the basement of the building, and all of the rooftop equipment's going to be concealed within the replacement cupola, so you're not going to see it. So that's why we believe that it's the least intrusive means of addressing the need for this facility.
So you believe you have to show the need through the gap analysis or whatever, and then the least intrusive is an aim at addressing the aesthetics, so to speak, and your right to have it, I guess, for lack of a better.
Correct. And we also have demonstrated in the planning report that we meet all of the standards of review, both under the town's wireless ordinance and in the building zone ordinance.
Are you planning on having someone give some testimony about the gap analysis, or are you relying solely on the report that you put in the file?
We have somebody here to discuss the report if the board would prefer, yes. So I leave that at the discretion.
Well, it's your case. I was just curious.
Yes. So as I mentioned, the RF report submitted in support of the application contains RF propagation and coverage modeling, drive test data, and network performance data for the existing surrounding sites. All of this data and modeling substantiate Verizon Wireless need and demonstrate that the proposed communication facility will provide reliable service to the Hewlett area. As detailed in the RF report, the communication facility will remedy an in-building coverage gap in the area. And I would also note that roughly 78% of households now are wireless only and don't have landlines. So it's important that that the in-building gap be addressed. The facility will also remedy coverage gaps at the PCS and AWS frequencies to address capacity demands and needs.
Can I ask you, so again, not to keep going back, but we used to get these all the time.
Sure.
So all over the town, we had these antennas all the time. So there was a point in time, presumably, that there wasn't a gap in that area, right? Because we filled it back then. So what causes the gap to reappear? Is it more structures blocking signals? Or is this just a wish? Is this just, we want to put new equipment that's 5G instead of 4G or whatever the latest 6G, whatever it is? I mean, how is it that a gap comes to be when there wasn't one before as technology improves?
Well, as I mentioned before, I have somebody here that can speak to that, who is an RF engineer.
Okay.
But I think generally the demand for data has increased exponentially over the years. There's just such a huge demand for data now that they need the sites to address capacity demands. That's a big part of what drives the need.
And how does them selling off bandwidth to smaller carriers, does that adversely affect it at all, or it's just rolled up in the package?
Like I said, I could call up someone who could address that much better than I could.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So another reason that this server is needed from a radio frequency perspective is there's not a dominant server in the area. So in other words, the neighboring cell sites are all approximately 1 mile from this site location. So customers in this area are receiving service from multiple sites instead of one dominant server. So once this is installed, it will remedy the lack of a dominant server issue. And again, I have somebody here that can discuss that in further detail if necessary.
What does that mean? What does that mean to the average user?
Right, so when you're in that area, because there's not a dominant server, you're receiving signals from 5 neighboring cell sites, and your phone keeps switching from one server to another instead of staying connected. So it's incredibly inefficient, and it results in poor service.
And would that go across, like when you say that, does that sentence really mean there's not a dominant Verizon server because we're Verizon, or would they switch on to other? Do you guys sort of share some clicks on servers?
No, it means that there's not a dominant Verizon server. So just to give you an example of the lack of a dominant server, and this is in the RF report, within a 200-foot range, the servers changed 40 times. So meaning instead of staying connected to one server within that 200-foot range, there were 40 switches, which is just incredibly inefficient for...
I mean, your phone goes in and out 40 times?
It switches servers 40 times, so it doesn't stay connected to a single server.
What does that do to the reception?
That results in very... it can result in ineffective dropped calls and ineffective call attempts.
So how many servers, you're using how many servers in this area or in general would Verizon, using Verizon, have in a 200-foot range? I would have never known there were 40 servers in 200-foot range.
Well, I think in this case, there are about 5 neighboring cell sites that basically the...
5 neighboring Verizon cell sites.
Yeah, the customers in this area, it basically pinballs off those 5 sites. That's why it leads to 40 server
each
changes.
site, I apologize, sorry. So a site has more than one server, I guess.
Yeah, most sites have 3 sectors, not all of them, but yeah, so that's how it pinballs. And like I said, I can call up the RF engineer to discuss this in further detail. So
yeah, because even if they had 3, you said in 200 feet, it went on 40 servers, but there are 5 sites, so that would only be 15. But I'm sure there's a better explanation, so I'll let you go, and we'll wait to hear from that expert.
If you're going to call him.
So on RF emissions, worst case combined RF emissions from the proposed installation will be more than 2 times below the FCC's maximum permissible exposure limits for the general public.
Can you give, like, rather than doing that backwards percentage, usually they would say the microwatts per centimeter squared is X, and all of ours together, even with the co-located or whatever, is 2, 3, 4, 5%. Can you give it that information that way real quick?
Yeah, the maximum emissions is 42.73%.
42.73.
Yeah, and that's in the report that was submitted to the board, and I also have someone here that could discuss that.
Wait, you mean this proposed site, if approved, once you aggregate all the emissions, and we're talking about the RF, right? It will put out 42.73% of the federal allowable amount?
Yeah, 100% is the threshold.
Right, I understand.
So yeah, it would be 42.73 of the 100. So less than 2 times below.
I don't understand it when you say it backwards like that. But
multiply 42.7 times 2, it's less.
But I'm just saying, when we were doing this 10, 15 years ago, out of the allowable, where 100 is all of it, obviously, we would get Sprint co-locating with Verizon 12 and 12 or something like that, and the aggregate would be 3% or 4%. So I'm just surprised it's up to 42 now. It's very interesting, but go ahead. Wow, this is a very learning.
As I previously mentioned, Verizon Wireless is a public utility under the laws of New York State. Like other public utilities, Verizon must enhance its infrastructure from time to time to address deficiencies and to keep up with the demand. In this case, the service deficiency happens to be centered within an area that is predominantly comprised of single-family homes and residential developments. Verizon has demonstrated its awareness and sensitivity to the residential nature of the service deficiency area by designing a facility that would be virtually imperceptible from the existing conditions once constructed. And as previously noted, about 78% of households do not have landlines and instead rely on wireless services as their only means of telecommunications. In light of the high percentage of wireless-only households, it is critical for Verizon Wireless to provide reliable services to its customers, especially during emergency situations in which reliable and rapid connections are crucial. Like I said, I have a number of experts with me this afternoon that can discuss this project and assist with any questions from the board or the community. Unless there are any questions or the board directs otherwise, I would like to call up Dan Falasco, who is a New York State licensed professional engineer, to discuss the engineering and design aspects of the communication facility.
I don't remember. Yeah. 25 years. Really?
If I may ask the board, my point these in a way where audience and you could see them, just the audience see them, just you see them, or?
Is there anyone in the audience who's interested in looking at that? Okay. So we have some people, right? Where I am? It's okay. Really? Oh. Okay, so you can attest to the need. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, actually. It's afternoon. You have, I am told that you've been qualified as an expert in this field on many occasions. You've testified before this board on numerous occasions.
Yes.
Since the last time you were qualified as an expert in this field, have any of your qualifications changed?
Not at all.
Then we will again allow you to testify as an expert. And gentlemen, those of you who are interested, that gives the gentleman the opportunity to give testimony about his opinion. Okay? Go ahead, sir.
Tell us what the report looks like so I can find it, follow along.
Here.
How many years have you been testifying? I obviously recognize you from.
And I recognize you too from when you were in the office. I go back with Verizon probably in the early 90s. I've been an engineer for, my resume now reads over 50 years of experience, which got scary when I put that down, but that's what it is. You find it?
How many did you submit?
So you, except we're getting older.
You gotta wade through it. Run on through it, guitar.
Give us a second, I just want to find it for the rest of you. Here's what it is.
Have any extras?
Everybody got them in the packet.
Any extras? packet's huge. Huh. You wanted that? I didn't think so. I'll take it. Go ahead.
Ready?
I'm ready.
I'm here basically to clarify what the site design is all about. The attorney pretty much spelt out a lot of things, but I think it's important for the audience to recognize that this is the building on Prospect. This is the little dot, which is the cupola.
Mhm.
These little rectangular areas on the plan are all the stairwells that allow access to the roof.
All that's pre-existing, correct?
Everything I'm showing here is pre-existing on this drawing.
Okay.
This shaded area here on your plan, and by the way, for those who are looking at the plans, this is sheet SP 101, if you wanted to follow along on your individual ones. That hatched area there is where all the utilities, I'll show that again, where all the utilities are located in the basement.
Mhm.
This here hatched area, again, will be where the equipment will be located in the basement. When I said utilities, that's where the telephone services are, the electrical services, et cetera, all of which are needed for the Verizon wireless install.
So the hashed areas represent things that are actually down in the basement.
This one here, yes, this is where the utilities are, the electrical and
In the
telephone.
Right?
And this one here is at the basement is where we will be putting our cabinetry and all of that stuff that is necessary for it. The electrical services for this particular build out and the telephone services will come from that area in the basement, will run up through the chimney/garbage chute, get to the roof of the building, run along the roof, and get to the cupola.
How long is this sort of equipment expected to last before it's
Has to be
obsolete and or
replaced.
wears out?
I don't have an answer to that question.
Right.
It's like their computers, you know, they do have life expectancies. And basically what will happen on every 4 to 6 weeks, a Verizon wireless employee will come to the site in a passenger type car. There's plenty of room on the site to park, and he will go and do all of his testing and check to make sure everything is running properly. If for some reason something's not running properly and has to be replaced, it'll be replaced to keep the system going.
I think
How long is the lease, how long do we expect the lease to be?
They're typically in the 20-year range.
Okay.
Let's copy it, please, here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hellman. Basically, the attorney did show before about the different sectors. There are 3 sectors that are associated with this bill. These arrows that you see on your drawings, those are the directions in which the antennas will be facing.
The what will be facing?
The
Antennas.
The antennas will be facing in those directions. We call them the alpha, the beta, and the gamma sectors. In each sector, there will be 3 antennas. That's how we get the total of 9 antennas. So 3 antennas will be facing pretty much in a easterly direction. 3 antennas will be facing in a southerly direction, and 3 antennas will be facing in a westerly direction. And they basically speak to other towers that are in the area. That's what they do. This here is a blow-up of the page that I showed you earlier. This is sheet A100. Again, that's where the cupola is. That's where the equipment will be placed in the basement. That is where the utility room is in the basement. And that is where the chimney/garbage chute is. We also talked about the need to install 4 GPS units. These are the units here. 2 of them will be placed on one side of the chimney, and two of them, you only see three here because one of them is hidden behind that one when you're looking at this view. So two of them will be facing Prospect, and which is facing to the west, and the other one will be facing to the north. These antennas are about 5 inches high. So you can picture up on the roof, you're down on the ground, that they're going to be invisible. Oh, I lost it for a minute. Now we are looking at sheet A102, which is actually the basement plan. Again, that's where the equipment will be installed. That's where the utility room is. And the chimney is off to the side here. You can't see it in this view. From an elevation point of view,
I'm sorry, my packet doesn't have either 100 or 102. It's got everything around it. Same with Mr. Pellegrini's. Is it, do you have 100 or 102?
No. No? I go from 101 to 103.
SP 101, A101, 103, 105.
All right, we found one small copy of 102.
We only have the odd numbers.
I don't know why it's not in the regular set.
I have SP 101, A101, 103, and 105.
100
Mm-hmm.
that he was going through earlier, and now
they're missing 100.
and 102. But
The even numbers.
one copy of 102, a mini version.
And is there a 104? There
We
obviously
don't need a
is.
bunch, but I think it's so odd that it's not on the regular stuff. This is still 101. All right. Well, we've got one or two of them over here, so as long as you've got something to see what you're. Oh, here's another 102. Okay, good enough. We'll spread them out.
That's 102.
Oh,
We've got three others, so we got enough now.
all right,
Let's go ahead.
And this is 102.
got it. I got 102.
You have it?
It's right there.
Now I'm looking at sheet 101. Hopefully you have that. That's the elevation views.
Yeah, we have that.
This is the view of the building and the cupola looking from Prospect Street.
His 101 is different than our 101.
You remember on the earlier version, this is a U-shaped building,
Mm-hmm.
horseshoe shaped. This is the furthest point from Prospect Street, and that is the cupola. And as we stated before, the cupola will be raised 5 feet 1 inch. That is the height that we are adding to the cupola in order to accommodate all of the antennas and all of the related equipment that is necessary for the antennas. It'll be a stealth design. You won't see these when we are done. They'll be completely out of view from the public. They will be behind stealth material, which is a melanite material that is utilized in a lot of our designs lately when we don't put up a tower. In this case here, the tower in this case is the building.
Cupola.
How much higher, maybe, how much higher once you make your adjustment? I know it's de minimis. How much higher is the point upon which the weather vane will be installed than is currently?
5 feet 1
1
inch
inch.
higher.
Oh, that much?
He said that. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm not
You
bad.
got to remember, the antennas are 55 inches high, so we needed that height to put the antennas within them. I hope that has everybody now understanding a little better what the build-out is, and then other experts will testify on various other things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions of this? No?
He's not the RF guy, right?
Yeah, so now if I may, I would like to call up Christiana Kastelak of VHB to discuss the planning report and the visual aspects of the communication facility. And the planning report is item 8 of the packets that were provided.
What's it headed?
Impact.
We have that.
Okay. Planning visual impact analysis.
Oh,
The front cover.
wait a minute.
Oh, proposed wireless communication.
Yep.
And she will also be speaking to the visibility analysis, which was item 1, and that was on the larger paper. Yeah, right there.
Oh, the one that's called visual assessment and photo simulation?
Correct.
That's it.
That's it. Am I good to begin?
Name and address for the record.
My name is Christiana Kastelak from VHB, located at 100 Motor Parkway in Hauppauge, New York, Suite 350.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. VHB was retained by the applicant to review the proposed facility from a planning, zoning, and visual perspective, and the results of our analysis was presented within the planning, zoning, and visual impact analysis dated December 2025, which has been submitted to the board, which you all have in front of you now. Specifically, the subject property located at 6369 Prospect Avenue in the hamlet of Hewlett, Town of Hempstead, was examined with respect to land use and zoning. Environmental considerations and visual resources. An investigation of the area, a review of aerial photography was performed to examine land uses on the site and the surrounding neighborhood. In addition, Town of Hempstead zoning maps were consulted to determine the zoning of the site and the surrounding area, and a consistency analysis was undertaken to assess the proposed facilities consistency with the Town of Hempstead zoning regulations, including its wireless ordinance and special permit criteria. As our analysis is available to you, I will not attempt to present all the findings of the analysis to you today. However, I will provide a brief overview of our consistency analysis with the town's wireless ordinance and special use permit criteria, as well as the potential visual impacts of the facility relevant to today's hearing. The proposed facility would be located within an area in which Verizon has deficiencies in wireless communication services that must be remedied, as you heard from Mr. Hellman, as demonstrated as well in the RF report submitted as part of this application. From a planning perspective, the installation of the proposed antennas on the rooftop of the building within the concealment cupola was designed to visually match the building's existing cupola, as you've heard, and is an appropriate means of resolving these deficiencies. The proposed facility would be sited upon and within an existing multifamily residential building located within a densely developed suburban neighborhood. In doing so, the proposed facility precludes the need to construct a new, tall, ground-mounted support structure, such as a monopole, to accommodate the proposed wireless communications equipment. Moreover, designing the concealment cupola is to visually match the existing rooftop cupola, as you previously heard, and further concealing all proposed telecommunications equipment from view. And this mitigates any potential visual impact to the greatest extent possible. According to the building zone ordinance, which I'll refer to as a BZO of the Town of Hempstead, the subject property is located within the CA Residence District. Chapter 142 of the Town Code, the wireless ordinance, sets forth that siting, design, and approval requirements for wireless communications facilities, among other things. Section 142(1)A of the wireless ordinance notes that it was enacted to address the rapidly expanding need for infrastructure to provide wireless telecommunication services. Pursuant to sections 142(11)A and 142-21 of the wireless ordinance, the proposed facility is permitted in the CA Residence District with the issuance of a special permit from this board, in addition to a building permit from the Town Building Department. As previously mentioned, a consistency analysis of the proposed facility with the relevant town BZO provisions regarding special permits and the wireless ordinance was presented in the analysis submitted to the board. A brief overview of that analysis concluded that the proposed facility would have no impacts on the environmental conditions at the subject property and its surrounding areas, such that it would be unmanned and situated upon and within the building. Therefore, there would be no ground disturbance. No sewage or solid waste would be generated, and the project-generated traffic would be minimal, as a proposed facility would be monitored remotely and would require approximately one vehicle trip every 4 to 6 weeks by a technician in a passenger-type vehicle. As a proposed facility would be installed upon the rooftop and within the basement of the building, there would be no impacts to soils, topography, or ecology. The proposed facility would be designed to also avoid visual impacts, as I mentioned. From a planning perspective, given the design and siting of the proposed facility, Verizon Wireless has chosen an appropriate and suitable location for the proposed facility. The proposed facility would utilize the proposed concealment cupola on the rooftop of the existing building to replace an existing cupola with similar coloration, texture, and design, which is consistent with the aesthetic and design criteria under the wireless ordinance.
May I ask you, is the power supply to power this going to be kept separate from the power supply of the existing building? And what kind of power is it? And is it require like its own meter or whatever? Or who should I ask that of someone else?
Definitely not me.
We don't have to bring people up and down. You can finish if it's not you. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, I'll continue. Okay, and then, so just lastly, other than the small GPS units to be affixed to the building's chimney, the remaining facility equipment will be installed in the equipment area in the basement that you just heard from Mr. Velasco, therefore concealing views from the public and surrounding area. In addition, the associated utility conduits would be routed from the proposed concealment cupola along the building rooftop and down through the building to the proposed basement level equipment area, such that these conduits would also not be visible from external views. Consequently, as illustrated in the visibility assessment, Appendix B of our analysis, which you have in front of you, which I'll talk a little bit more momentarily, substantial measures have been taken to minimize the visual impact of the proposed facility, such that view of the proposed cupola would be limited to areas within approximately a quarter mile of the subject property, where portions of the building and the existing cupola are currently visible. The GPS units that are to be affixed to the existing chimney would not be visibly discernible. Thus, all reasonable measures have been taken to minimize any visual impact of the proposed facility, and there would be no adverse impacts based on the foregoing. To the extent practicable, the proposed facility has been sited and designed such that it meets or exceeds the conditions and standards as set forth in the wireless ordinance and the town BZO. Next, I will focus on the visual impact analysis. In addition to that aforementioned consistency analysis, VHB was also asked to review for the potential of visual impacts. In March 2024, APT Engineering conducted a visual assessment and prepared computer-generated photographic simulations to...
When you're looking at something that we also have, can you reference it?
Yes, so that package is what we're looking at as, yep, that's it. And then in a few seconds, I'll get up and we'll go through the photo sims. For now, I'm just talking through the methodology.
Okay.
So APT generated the photo simulations to evaluate the extent of the extent of visibility for the subject property of the building itself, as well as a proposed facility. And a detailed methodology is actually in that attachment that you were just holding. So you could refer there for the methodology that was used for APT's work. Essentially, photographs were taken of the existing conditions, which provided viewpoints for modeling of the proposed facility. A model was built using design software and engineering plans for a proposed facility, as well as publicly accessible data for the surrounding area. So I'm going to transition over here now. So can you hear me if I stand up like this?
You can take that out.
Take the microphone. Oh. Okay. All Right. So specifically, 16 viewpoints proximate to the proposed facility location was selected for analysis as areas of potential visual impact of the completed project. Of these, so I'll first go here to this map. This photo log is located in the attachment as well as it is figure 4 in my analysis. Looking at this map, you could see here the 16 locations. I did try to enlarge the dots so it's a little easier for the board to see, but you can see the locations of where the viewpoints were taken in those existing conditions photographs. Of those 16 viewpoints, the portions of the building and the existing cupola were visible from 8 locations, including 3 locations where the existing cupola and portions of the building are visible seasonally, meaning during the winter months when less foliage is present. The visibility of the proposed RF-compatible cupola is also limited to these 8 locations, as I mentioned before, which are all located within a quarter mile of the site.
Right, but that's just a sampling, right? You're
Correct.
not suggesting that if I'm at this other spot, I don't see it. Your point here is that aesthetically, it's not going to disrupt the visual nature of things. Is that it?
Yes, that's correct.
You took the sampling to represent, as a representative sampling, right?
Yes, that is correct. And you could see when you're looking at the viewpoints, again, I apologize, it is hard, they're kind of in a circle around the site, so you are getting from views from the north, south, east, and west in the surrounding area of the site. So this map does depict that, as I mentioned before. So when you look at this map, of the 16 locations analyzed, those that were of the proposed facility would be visible year-round. So those are 5 locations. They are marked by a yellow dot. Those where the proposed facility would be visible seasonally are marked by an orange dot. And those that would have no visibility are marked black. Might be a little difficult, but again, I tried to enlarge the dots here so you can see them. From the viewpoints where the proposed facility would be visible, a photorealistic rendering was proposed to present an accurate description of what the proposed facility would look like once completed.
Several feet high. No, that's what she's saying. If the dot is black, you can.
Specifically from viewpoints 1, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 14, as shown here, which I'll point to in a second, the proposed facility would not be visible. So,
Did you take into account the 5 feet higher when you did that?
yes. So when APT does go out to the site, they are looking for the cupola while using it as a reference point, recognizing the fact that the proposed facility would be 5 feet taller than that.
Yeah, because the one of yours that you have designated in black, but its proximity, number 1 actually, that looks, maybe you can't see it, but given that it's, even in the actual pictures, it's a fair amount higher, and then add 5 more, it does seem like from number 1, the building wouldn't always block it, but it doesn't really matter. I just wanted to understand your how to read what you're saying, or how to understand it, so.
And so for the purposes of just condensing the viewpoints, I put here those viewpoints where it is not visible. So as I mentioned before, a rendering was not proposed. So these are, again, the different viewpoints, and you do have this in the package that was presented to you. These are the additional 4. As I mentioned, 8 were not visible. These are viewpoints 8, 9, 10, and 14. For the viewpoints 2, 4, 7, 11, 12, 13, 15, and 16, photo simulations were produced such that the proposed facility would be visible. A little red arrow was added to the existing conditions photographs for these viewpoints to point out the existing cupola. So you may see that, and you could see it here as well. Specifically, as shown in viewpoint 2, which is this first row up here, the existing conditions for all of these photographs are on the left. The rendering is then on the right. The existing conditions photograph for viewpoint number 2 depicts single-family residential uses on both sides of Solcombe Street. Utility poles, overhead utility lines, as well as mature vegetation and sidewalks are visible, extending the length of the roadway. You could see here the western facade of the subject building is visible in the distance, kind of down the road, as you can see over here. The red arrow again is pointing to the existing cupola. The existing cupola on the building's eastern rooftop is seasonally visible during the winter months when there is less foliage present. The photo simulation indicates that the proposed concealment cupola would be visible from this viewpoint seasonally. However, no rooftop mounted equipment would be visible, as it would either be concealed within the cupola or hidden behind the existing chimney. The coloration, texture, and design of the cupola would match the existing cupola today, thereby minimizing the change in the appearance of the cupola. Despite the increased size, as you mentioned before, the concealment cupola would remain compatible with the scale of the building, such that the replacement cupola would be proportionate to the building dimensions. Thus, as illustrating in comparison between the existing condition and the photographic simulation, the proposed facility would be compatible with the existing visual character of the building and would not result in any significant visual impacts from this location. As we move on to viewpoint 4, which you could see below, this is a closer photograph towards the building itself, where the existing cupola is visible, and you can see the red arrow is clearly pointing it out. The existing conditions photograph, as I mentioned, does show the subject building as well as its western exterior facade, as well as the interior courtyard and the easternmost portion of the building and the existing cupola. Sidewalks and pathways, mature trees, and ground level landscaping are also visible from this view. The photo simulation, which is on the right side of this board, indicates that the proposed cupola would be visible from this viewpoint. However, again, no rooftop mounted equipment would be visible, as it would either be concealed entirely in the cupola or behind the building's existing chimney. Again, as I mentioned, the coloration, texture, and design of the proposed cupola is going to match the existing, and this viewpoint clearly shows that here. As you could see, the existing cupola with the weather vane, the proposed cupola, similar color, texture, design, and the weather vane atop. Thus, as illustrated in the comparison between the existing condition and the photographic simulation, the proposed facility would be compatible with the existing visual character of the building and would not result in any significant views from this location. Moving along to viewpoint number 7. The existing conditions photograph here depicts a portion of the Limbrook South Middle School, an associated parking area, as well as sidewalks and landscaping elements. Portions of the subject building is visible from this location, including the existing rooftop cupola. If you kind of look behind or on top of this car, you could see the top of the cupola sticking out there. The photographic simulation, again on the right-hand side of this board, does show that the cupola would be visible from this view. However, similar to the other viewpoints, no rooftop-mounted equipment would be visible, as it would either be concealed within the cupola or behind the chimney. The coloration, texture, design of the proposed cupola would match the existing rooftop cupola today, thereby minimizing the change in the appearance of the cupola. Further, given the presence of the other elements in the view shed, such as the rooftop equipment of the building and mature vegetation, the proposed cupola would not be visually prominent from this location. Thus, as illustrated in the comparison between the existing condition and the photographic simulation, the proposed facility would not result in any significant impacts. Then we'll move on to viewpoint 11, which is you can see here on the bottom of the board. This existing conditions photograph depicts sports fields and complexes associated with the Limbrook South Middle School, with the eastern facade of the subject building, including the existing rooftop cupola visible in the distance from this location. Fences, street lamps, and mature vegetation are also visual in this location. The photographic simulation indicates that the proposed cupola would be visible. However, similar to the other viewpoints, no equipment would be visible due to it being concealed within the cupola or behind the chimney itself. You could see here, looking at the cupola, it's kind of tucked away behind the trees and the foliage that exists today. Regardless of the increase in the size, the proposed cupola would remain compatible with the scale of the building, such that the replacement cupola would be proportionate to the building's dimensions. And further considering the presence of intervening mature vegetation, as well as the fencing and equipment associated with the existing sports field and complexes, the proposed cupola would not be visually prominent. Moving on. Being that photo viewpoint number 2, as you could see here, does depict a similar location and existing condition as the previous viewpoint, I'll move on to photo viewpoint 13, which is below here. The existing conditions photograph depicts single-family residential uses along the western side of Stark's Place, with fencing and screening associated with the sports fields and complexes associated with the Lynbrook South Middle School. Portions of the subject building's existing facade's rooftop is visible from this viewpoint, including the rooftop cupola. The photographic simulation indicates that the proposed cupola would be visible from this view. However, no rooftop-mounted equipment would be visible, as previously mentioned. Again, the coloration, texture, and design of the cupola would match the existing rooftop cupola, therefore minimizing the change in appearance overall. Despite the size increase, which will be slight, the concealment cupola would remain compatible with the scale of the building, as well as and be proportionate to the building dimensions. Thus, as illustrated in the comparison between the two photographs, the proposed facility would be compatible with the existing visual character from this location. And then these are our last two viewpoints where the facility would be proposed. And I will go through these quickly, but I do think it is important if you look at viewpoint 15. The existing conditions photograph depict single-family residential uses along both sides of South Franklin Avenue, which terminates at the dead end with the subject building in the distance. Utility poles and overhead utility lines, as well as mature vegetation and sidewalks, extend the length of South Franklin Avenue along this portion of the roadway. The building's northern and eastern facades, including the existing rooftop cupola, are seasonally visible during the winter months when there is less foliage present on the surrounding mature vegetation. The photographic simulation indicates that the cupola would be seasonally visible from this view, as mentioned, as well as the proposed GPS units to be affixed to the building's existing chimney. However, the greater part of the facility would be concealed within the cupola and therefore not visible. As I mentioned previously, the color, texture, and design of the concealment cupola would match the existing cupola today. And bear with me one second. Additionally, I do just want to note that the 4 small proposed GPS units would be flush mounted to that chimney and would not extend the height beyond the height of the existing chimney, such that the proposed equipment would blend with the existing structure. Therefore, as illustrated with the comparison between the existing condition and the photographic simulation, the proposed facility would be compatible with the existing visual character of the building and would not result in any significant impacts. And as you can see here, this is the last viewpoint 16, of which the proposed facility would be visible. But based on the foregoing and everything that I just mentioned in regards to the proposed facility, it will be designed to be matching the existing cupola in its color, texture, and design. And again, despite the slight increase in size, the cupola would remain compatible with the scale of the building, such that the replacement cupola would be proportionate to the building's dimensions. Based on the foregoing, substantial measures have been taken to minimize the visual impact of the proposed facility, such that the view of the proposed concealment cupola would be limited to areas within a quarter-mile of the subject property, where portions of the building and the existing cupola are currently visible. And the GPS units that are to be affixed to an existing chimney would not be visibly discernible. Thus, all reasonable measures have been taken to minimize any visual impacts from the proposed facility, and there would be no adverse impacts from the proposed facility. So just to wrap it up, in conclusion, given the area of the proposed facility must be placed in order to address Verizon Wireless's existing service deficiencies, the proposed facility has been sited and designed in a manner that would serve to minimize any potential impacts to the greatest extent possible. In other words, Verizon Wireless has chosen the least intrusive location and design for the proposed facility that would allow it to address the existing service deficiencies. Accordingly, it is respectfully requested that the board grant approval for the proposed action in all respects so as to enable Verizon Wireless to provide reliable wireless communications, including emergency communications, in the area of the subject property. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Unless the board has any questions, I would like to call up the next expert. Okay, I'd like to call up Michael Lynch of Lynch Appraisals LTD.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's Michael Lynch, business address 15 Dewey Street, Huntington, New York. I'm here as the real estate expert on this application.
Mr. Lynch, you have been qualified as a real estate expert before this board on any number of occasions, have you not?
That's correct, Mr.
Since
Chairman.
the last time you were qualified as a real estate expert, have any of your qualifications changed?
No.
Then we will again qualify you as a real estate expert.
Thank you.
You are free to so testify.
So I was out at the site numerous times, most recently on December 4th of last year. As you know, this is a Fairfield property. It's a two-story rental property, approximately 128,000 square feet, 2 stories in height. It sits on a 5-acre parcel, and it's within a Residence CA zoning district. It's surrounded primarily by residential on its northwesterly and southwesterly portions. To the west, rather to the east and to the southeast, is the Lynbrook School District properties, which are primarily athletic fields in the immediate vicinity of this property. And the building itself, as Mr. Falasco indicated, it's a U-shaped or a horseshoe-shaped building. And at its most easterly portion is where the existing cupola exists. That's going to be largely replaced in kind by another cupola with almost identical architectural features, albeit it'll be approximately 5 feet higher, which also includes the existing weather vane. And as you know, there's proposed 9 panel antennas within the cupola. The equipment will be basement located, and then there will be some small GPS units that are roughly the size of coffee cups affixed to one of the chimneys. So in my analyses, I considered that, again, as the planner noted, we're not looking to build a new structure for this facility. We're utilizing existing rooftops, so no new tower, lattice tower monopole is proposed. The beauty of this particular application, again, is we're basically replacing in kind, albeit 5 feet higher, a cupola. So the nearby residences along Prospect and other nearby streets, really, it's not going to be a discernible difference to the view shed. And even if it is, again, it's a cupola that unless you know the technology, you're not going to know any difference given the scale of the building itself as well as the 5 acres of overall property. So the nearest residences on Prospect Avenue immediately to the west of this are roughly 500 feet away. So again, it's going to be an indiscernible change. And even at that, it's a cupola, and the antennas are going to be completely concealed within it. And again, it's a cupola that you would not, given the 5 acres of property and the scale of the building it's on, the nearby homeowners in the immediate area are not going to know any difference in the change to the property. And even if you do notice it, again, it's a cupola that's almost identical in architectural features to the structure that it's replacing. I have looked at other, and they're included in, I prepared a report, and in my report I noted a number of rooftop mounted studies that I've done over the years. Most of them are of stealth type designs. The most recent one I did was of a mixed-use building on Hillside Avenue in the village of Williston Park in the Herrick's School District. That property was approved for rooftop-mounted antennas that were stealthed within an enclosure. Again, more obtrusive than what is proposed at this site. If you look on page 6 of my report, you can see the enclosures on top of that office building. And I looked at properties, the residences immediately to the south of this property. Again, a much smaller property in total area, but there are homes immediately adjacent to it on the corner street that back up to it. And I looked at sales both before and after the installation of that site, going back 5 years prior to the installation of the antennas. And then I looked at a sampling of sales 5 years after, all within a quarter-mile radius of that immediate facility. And what I found was that the rate of appreciation in the before and after was consistent with the overall appreciation of home sales within the Williston Park and within the Herrick School District. So utilizing that example, again, the presence of a stealth cellular utility did not have any adverse impact to nearby property values. And again, this design is far superior in terms of aesthetics to any of those other studies that I have, given that we're on a 5-acre campus with a 128,000 square foot Fairfield apartment complex. And again, given the scale of the building and the acreage of the property and the nearest distances to the single-family residences, the nearby homeowners are not going to discern any difference once this facility is constructed. So at that, I don't feel that should this telecommunications facility be approved, there will not be any adverse impact to nearby property values. And certainly from a character standpoint, as the planner indicated, there will be no discernible difference in the character of the area up and down Prospect Avenue and other immediate nearby streets. And at that, I can answer any questions if the board may have any.
No questions? Okay.
Well done, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you.
I also have experts here to discuss the RF report and the radio frequency environment reports if the board would prefer. Otherwise, that concludes our presentation unless there are any questions. The RFs, okay.
Yeah.
Not that I wish to prolong the hearing, but I want to answer your question.
I just was pardon me. I was just interested in the power supply to this facility if approved. And if it would be commingled, I doubt, with the building, or if if it's gas or electric, and if there's its own meter, how that would work.
On page 2 of my report specifically states that new electric and telco services will originate from the existing electric in the basement, but we will be separately metered, monitored, etc. There is no need to bring in new power from the street into the building. There's
So
power in the basement, we will pick up off of that and separate.
So now, just out of curiosity, is that to put on the separate meter, does the energy company have to install that, or do you guys install it yourself?
It would have to be done in accordance with the utilities.
Right, so you have your own meter, and it already has the capacity from the street to the building necessary for you to carve it off. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. The RF.
Yeah, that's our next one. That's most interesting.
Martin Lavin, C Squared, on behalf of Verizon Wireless, address 65 Dartmouth Drive, Auburn, New Hampshire.
Good afternoon. Have you been qualified to testify before this board?
Here, October, remember, for East.
And you were then qualified as an expert? Okay. Oh, that's right. Right. You did look familiar. Have any of your qualifications changed since the last time we qualified you? Okay. You are free to testify.
So summarizing here in terms of need, there are 4 basic areas laid out in the executive summary of the RF report. The first is to provide a single dominant server in the area, and by this we mean.
Could you speak a little louder
Okay.
and a little?
As was discussed earlier, the key is to provide a dominant server. Right now we have, as can be seen on page 12 of the RF report, at least 8 different servers that provide service in different places in the area that this site will cover. And on page 13, we can see each of the colors on that, the strip of circles there, indicate each of the, on page 13, figure J, each of those dots the colors indicate which site is serving that particular area. This is a walking test on Prospect Avenue. So in one particular 200-foot stretch, the serving sector changed 40 times. There were not 40 different servers. There are 8 listed here, and there may have been multiple sectors of those sites. And those, it changed 40 times. So basically every 5 feet as you went along there, a different site became the best server. They're all so close to each other, serving from a mile away, as you can see in the plot there. The nearest site is 0.9 miles. The others are a mile or more away.
When you say a different site would take the best server, is that what you said?
Yes.
So if I'm walking, when you speak like this, you're speaking about Verizon-only servers.
Verizon
it's not
only,
like
yes.
commingling.
Nope.
So as you're walking, what do you mean by a different site would take the best server?
When you're going along and actively using your phone, one particular sector of one particular site is serving your call or data session. As you go along here, this phone is constantly looking to see which is the best server while it's doing your thing. Every time it sees a better one, it signals the system. The system decides whether or not it wants to switch to that server. It will signal back to the phone to switch to that server. The phone will switch to the new server's cell ID, That new cell will pick up its service, and then the call or the data session continues. But when it happens every 5 feet, it's kind of like having a book with one word on each page. You're constantly switching, serving sectors, and that's overhead, and the throughput you would get normally isn't provided because you're spending a lot of resources on changing servers back and forth.
But in this line, for example, if there was a dominant server, like, would it be like, okay, during this part of the line, there was a dominant server near it, so that whole line's going to be, all the dots are one color. But once you get out of the range of it or something, then there'd be a solid of a different color, for example, or?
If we had a dominant server, if we put this site in, all of those dots would be the same color. It would
Right.
only be served by the site that we're proposing.
So red's kind of dominant, but, okay. Keep going, I'm sorry.
The second issue in terms of need was also that having 8 different servers raises the noise. Only the site and the signal that's serving you is benefiting you. If there are 7 others that you're not using that are almost as high, you're competing with a lot of noise. And your throughput goes down, your data speed goes down from that too.
So if you had a dominant server here, are you saying you guys would eliminate other servers?
It would be we would be up above that noise level much further by being closer to here and being the single server that's stronger and stays stronger than everybody else. And also the other sites would probably be adjusted because they're running flat out right now trying to reach this area from a mile away. With this site, there probably is an opportunity to down tilt the antennas, which is what we do, to make those others, pull those other servers out of this area just a little bit and improve service that way.
But this installation, if it happens, isn't going to eliminate the need for any of these others?
No, those are a mile away.
Just be redirected?
They can be dedicated to the area surrounding them instead of having to reach out and grab people from a long distance and use up a lot of resources to provide substandard service anyways. We have persistent voice service issues in this area, as demonstrated by what we call KPIs or key performance indicators. The data we took was from July of 2025 to October 15th, a 90-day period. Percent ineffective attempts, the design criterion for Verizon is 0.7%. Our ineffective attempts reached as high as 9.15% and exceeded the threshold on every one of those 90 days. We also have drop calls. They went as high as 2.9% and exceeded the acceptable thresholds on 46 of the 90 days. So we have a definite problem with those 2 criteria. We're also going to remedy an in-building coverage deficiency. As you can see in this plot, if I can get it to turn. This shows our existing in-building coverage levels. So we've got a gap around here. Generally speaking, those buildings in that area don't have coverage that extends into the building.
Oh, wait, it's displayed there as if there's no, the green is coverage, right?
Yes, that's just in-building coverage. There is also
in
But
building.
it looks like you're displaying it as if there's no coverage instead of spotty in that white area.
that is generally at our in-vehicle coverage level.
I understand, but no coverage in that area?
No, that's the white area here. We're limited just to the in-building coverage, the higher threshold. We're not showing the second one in this particular plot.
Is that white showing that the in-building coverage there is nothing, or is
There,
that like varied?
we don't have signal in here that's up to the in-building coverage level.
No in-building?
In the white area, yes.
I'm just surprised it's none, like, if you said it was 60% or something.
Well,
I don't know what you mean by
it's not absolute. I mean, the bins are 30 meters across, so within the bin there can be variations. Buildings are different. As a general rule, the minus 80 dBm threshold is what we have to generally provide in-building service.
You testified earlier that the percentage of drop calls in the area should this not be approved, is about 2.39%.
Drop calls 2.9, ineffective calls, meaning calls that are attempted but can't complete or
What do you estimate the effect would be on drop calls if this application were approved?
those
Goes from
should drop
2.9%
precipitously.
to what?
All the sectors we showed, and there are graphs in the latter part of the report that show the statistics for sectors specifically facing inward from those sites into this area. Those aren't general statistics. Those are the ones that are currently reaching in here and having problems.
But how much would service improve?
I think we would be back at or very close to the criterion of 0.7%.
Back at, like, were you once there at that before data levels went up?
Long time ago, but we're talking about data as well. I mean, those are voice calls, and data has taken over. Data is 99.7% of the traffic on the network now, and voice is 0.3%. Yeah.
We could be
That's
back
because
at.
people don't talk to each
Get back to the points. Get things down to the 0.7%.
Where you used
Ineffective and drop calls per attempts, yes. The second plot indicates the drive test data showing that proving that we have that weakness in this area, and our plot showing us filling in as much as area as we can from the available facility. Another criterion is for capacity is PCS coverage. It's a higher frequency, more than twice as high as the 700, but that's what the government has allocated. Verizon has the licenses in here, and currently we have a large gap in coverage there. The PCS, as with the AWS, which I'll show you in a second, relieves the 700 megahertz system. 700 megahertz is our largest footprint, and augments our 700 megahertz coverage. It provides capacity mostly. You can see the reduced coverage areas from these sites. Any users in this area would be served by that other frequency instead of 700 megahertz. That would free up resources on 700 and lower the noise levels on 700 by moving as many people as we can onto this other completely separate frequency.
And I'm sorry, what goes on 700? I missed that part.
It's our longest reach frequency. The greatest distance is served by the 700 megahertz.
Does it only data or only voice, both? Can data and voice go over 700?
On every frequency.
Okay.
So the more coverage we have for PCS, the harder each site will work, the longer each site will be able to.
Are these towers that you're putting in, if they can be categorized this way, these proposed antenna, whatever you were calling them,
Yes.
are they a particular, I don't know a lot about this, so pardon me, 4G, 5G, LTE, do they go to one of those? Or?
The antennas do all of the above. 4G and 5G are, we call like radio access technologies. It's like AM and FM.
Okay.
You push them through the same antenna. It's just a matter of how the phones are set up and how the...
So like 5G could be effectuated
At any-
over a 700 megahertz?
any of the
or
frequencies,
Or an
yes.
1800 or?
Right now, 4G runs on 700 primarily. PCS is shared between 4G and 5G.
PCS is 4G and 5G?
Yes. And 850 is either shared or exclusively 5G.
Thank you.
And we can
And
see
those things that you just told us, is that how all the carriers do it?
that. Generally speaking, yes. I mean, it's based on the physics. The mix of 4G and 5G may vary from one to the next, but how far they cover, everyone's using the same technology for the most part now. So,
Okay.
yeah. Advanced wireless services, another frequency that can help alleviate capacity problems, and all the sites will be able to function for longer without running out of capacity. And I think the last two is the number of servers. You see we have up to 8 different servers at the same time in this area. There's our proposed site. also in your RF report, and that's the enlargement of the changing servers along Prospect Avenue.
I have a question for you, and then I think I'll quit asking questions so everyone can do what they want. So I was surprised to discover that the output is 42% because I don't know a lot about your technology, but I only know historically from when we used to hear these cases a lot. It was so much lower. And I know I have a lot of friends who are in private equity doing data centers and all the AI power and data needs. And you mentioned that this increased data is causing a lot more bandwidth need. You didn't word it that way, but that's my layperson interpretation. So as the gentleman earlier had testified that while this equipment's installed, someone will come along, a technician or someone every 4 to 6 weeks, inspect the equipment, et cetera, et cetera. And given what I'm discovering through you guys about how the RF output is going up so much higher than what I remembered it 10 or 15 years ago, and knowing how the data and power supply, it's just really ramping up, like we're kind of at the beginning, what I think everyone knows is going to be a huge data push and power push for AI and all the rest of the stuff that's changing. How often or how, when these service techs go out and they're regularly checking the equipment, and presumably if a year from now there's a broken part, they put in the new part and it's the updated version of that part, and everything's always getting more technologically advanced and powerful. Is there a mechanism in place that today your site is at 42 and change on the RF output of the allowable? Is there a mechanism in place that 4 years from now, when someone's out there, it gets periodically checked? So like as you put in new parts and it's more powerful system and data use goes up, et cetera, that somehow if 5 years from now it's at 50, someone will know? Or how does that look?
Yeah, I can just say that whenever Verizon Wireless needs to upgrade their antennas or equipment, they file a building permit application with the town, and the town gets all of the model numbers and specifications for the equipment. And they also often include an EME compliance report that shows where it's at as far as FCC thresholds and that it's in compliance. So the town actually gets that information when Verizon Wireless does upgrades because they have to file applications for it.
But if your equipment was good for 10 years, let's say, other than the guy puts new resistors in or new fuses, and I'm saying this, but pieces, they put in parts, and those parts did make it more efficient and more use was needed and all that. And all of a sudden the output is at 50% instead of 42. There's no mechanism in place that the federal government, for example, because that's really the standard you're satisfying. You tell us what it is, but we're not the one overseeing your output, right? So that the federal government, so that there's an ongoing knowledge that the standard is you're still under the thing. Do you know if there's a mechanism in place that as it becomes more powerful, the RF is continually monitored to ensure that it's within the federal standard, or don't know?
It's a federal requirement, and
Right.
it is monitored by Verizon every time they do an upgrade. And like I said, that's also part of the applications to the town. So it is a federal requirement, and it is monitored.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the continuous rather than the upgrade idea. Okay, that's good enough. I was just curious.
Okay.
Unless there are any questions, I would like to call up Ryan Martin of PureCon Solutions to discuss his report.
That was my name.
What is his report?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Ryan Martin from PureCon Solutions on behalf of Verizon Wireless.
Okay. Go ahead.
Office address is 10 Park Place, Building 6C, Suite 402, Butler, New Jersey, 07405. I'm here to speak to the report titled Evaluation of the Radio Frequency Environment in the Vicinity of the Proposed Hewlett Wireless Facility, dated August 5th, 2025. So PeerCon Solutions completed an analysis of this Verizon site. It is a rooftop site with 9 antennas. That's 3 antennas spread across 3 different sectors. We analyzed the site to ensure that it complies with FCC and OET guidelines, specifically the standards set out by Bulletin 65, titled Evaluating Compliance with FCC Guidelines for Human Exposure to Radio Frequency Electromagnetic Fields. We also complete our calculations in accordance with Richard Tell's CTIA's EME design and operation considerations for wireless antenna sites, dated November 15th, 1996. The limits that we check the sites against are the FCC general public limits and the FCC occupational limits. The FCC general public limits, these are the acceptable limits of exposure for someone that is unaware of the RF environment and unable to change this environment. This would be anyone walking by, anyone living in the area. In addition, we also use the FCC occupational limit. This is the acceptable limit for exposure for someone that is aware of the RF environment, aware of the antennas, and capable of taking proper precautions, and also affecting the RF environment itself. This is typically someone who is working in the area or on a rooftop. The general public limit is 5 times more strict than the occupational limit, and as such, Verizon designs their sites to be in compliance with the general public exposure limit. We did a far field analysis at a general height of 6 feet. This is to represent just a person standing near this site. We looked at a radius within 2,000 feet of the site and found that the maximum exposure for someone standing within that 2,000 feet is 18.99% of the FCC maximum permissible exposure limit for the general public, and it's a distance of 255 feet away from the site. We then did a special case, seeing as the shape of this building is a horseshoe shape, and there are balconies on both sides of the horseshoe. We wanted to perform an analysis of someone standing on one of these balconies to ensure that they're not being exposed to higher emissions than the FCC permits. So we performed a special analysis at a height of 17 feet. This is to represent someone standing on one of these second-story balconies in the courtyard, and we determined that the maximum was 42.73% of the FCC maximum permissible exposure limit for the general public, a distance of 170 feet away from the site. Finally, we did a rooftop analysis. Since the rooftop is locked and secured, we apply our occupational limits, as someone is not going to be able to randomly wander up there. People that are up there know they are up there. We found that the maximum exposure on the rooftop is 62.2% of the occupational limit. As such, we recommend that signage be placed at every access point to the rooftop, making any worker who enters the rooftop aware of the elevated RF exposure on that in that area.
At what point does it become dangerous, a hazard to the individual that might enter the roof while these antennas are transmitting, when is my health going to be affected if studies have been done to that effect?
Yeah, so the FCC limits are made to be incredibly conservative. Even the occupational limits are incredibly conservative. So even at 100% of the occupational limit, it wouldn't, we would recommend signage. There would not be major impact unless long periods of time are spent up there. But as I said, this site has a maximum exposure of 62.2% of the occupational limit.
In addition to that, from what I recall from having heard previous cases, the the waves do not go straight out, but they bend down. So if someone's standing on the ground in front of, finish what I'm trying to say,
Yeah, so the way that the waves kind of go, it's best to think of the antennas as almost akin to a flashlight, where you turn on the light and it spreads out almost.
Yes.
So these antennas are pointed down and spread out. So someone that would be standing on the ground, we did do the analysis for that just to ensure that it's within applicable limits, and it is within the FCC's general public limits, but that's going straight to the ground. For someone on the rooftop, again, it'll kind of spread out down, and there is a bit of exposure on the rooftop, but nothing above the occupational limits.
If another carrier wanted to co-locate on that same building,
Yeah.
does Verizon calculate that? Do you have to report to the FCC what the total exposure is?
The other carrier, I believe, would have to come and come to a hearing like this and use their numbers in addition to our numbers. So they would have to take both into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, yeah, unless there are any other questions, that concludes our presentation. Sure.
Yes, I do. Lawrence Seth Hirsch, 63 Prospect Avenue, apartment 14A in Hewlett. Zip is 11557. Okay, first, my point is there retribution that Fairfield Properties might make against me for testifying here today in opposition to this? Because they may not renew my rent, my lease, which is due in 13 months. And I'm afraid they may reject the lease, throw me out. I really don't want to leave the building. I've been there a long time. Within a mile of my food sources, and I run my accounting practice out of my apartment. So,
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
I had a few things to say. First, everyone in this room knows that electromagnetic antenna radiation is inherently carcinogenic and cancerous. Everyone in this room knows that. This is still a residentially zoned building. I may reiterate that. There is a lattice, 90-foot lattice pole, a cellular pole at the police station, which is at the 4th precinct on the corner of Sheridan Avenue and Broadway. And I don't understand why Verizon doesn't use that instead.
How far away is that from
it's about a quarter of a mile. It's about a quarter of a mile from the building. It's a quarter of a mile. It's right next to Grant Park. Mm-hmm. And it's on the property of the 4th precinct police station. Furthermore, the Lynbrook Junior High is 200 yards away. You're going to be exposing 12, 14-year-olds to electromagnetic radiation. I guess all of you are okay with that if you approve this. I personally get optimum. I get 300 megabits per second, and I'm very satisfied with my cellular service. I'm not willing to jeopardize my health in order to get better cellular service. That's primarily what I wanted to say today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Yes, John, you're right.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify in opposition
Or interested.
or interested?
All right.
If not, counsel, I have here some letters in opposition. You might want to comment on the first one as well as the gentleman's remarks. Yep.
So yeah, with respect to the tower at the Nassau County Police District, Verizon did previously investigate that parcel, and it's in the alternative sites affidavit that was submitted with the materials. The police district rejected Verizon's proposal. They would have needed to replace that tower with a new tower, and that parcel is split zoned. The majority of it is zoned residential, with the only business zone portion of that property being right out along Broadway. So the tower would have to be right out by the edge of the street, and directly across the street are single-family homes. So that would, in addition to the proposal being rejected, that would also be a much more intrusive build than what we're doing here. So, so that's why that's not a viable alternative.
Intrusive because what? Because it sounds like you're saying that would be intrusive because it's near residential homes, and this is residential.
Right, but by virtue of the 5-acre size of the subject parcel, we have a significant buffer to the nearest abutting
People who live
homes.
there wouldn't say that.
Live in the building.
And
You have a significant amount of antennas on the property also.
yeah, and if that were a viable option, and just to further discuss that, under the wireless ordinance, that would require, the towers have to have a setback distance of 125% of the height of the tower from residential. So we would likely require substantial relief from that requirement. And like I said, it would be right along Broadway. So
Can you translate again that the tower has to have?
Under the town's wireless ordinance, it's got to be set back at a distance of 125% of the height of the tower from a residential area. So in this case,
Fit with having that on top of residential building?
so in this case, that property is split zone. Most of it is residential. So they would need substantial relief from that requirement.
But wait, I mean, maybe we're using the term setback differently. But if you have to be set back, depending on what that means, 125% of the height of the tower.
So in other words, if the tower is 100
let me just
feet
finish the question because she can only have one of us. How does that not preclude you from putting it on top of residential building? Or I'm just missing something.
Well, the tower, I mean, I'm talking about a ground-mounted tower. I'm just saying in this case, it would have to, it would need substantial relief from that requirement under the code. That's what I'm saying. And here we don't. Here we just need a special use permit.
I guess
So
it would depend
for those
on-
reasons, I'm saying that would be a more intrusive design.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I thought the 125% setback would be aimed at keeping it away from residential structures. And while it might be called a setback because it's on the ground, if the same logic was, if that was the logic behind it, it wouldn't make sense to put it on right on top of a residential structure. But I don't know how the term is being defined.
An actual tower in that case, as opposed to a cupola replacement.
Again, I guess it goes to the intent and the rationale of the setback.
Nature of the application.
Just as a, if I may, what's going on with satellite transmission? I know that if I have a cell phone, a Verizon cell phone, and I need to call an emergency, I'm supposed to, or an iPhone, I'm supposed to hold it up to the sky and it will connect with the satellite. Is that Is that something that is going to replace this ultimately?
We're speaking only in terms of cellular
I
communication.
realize that. It's just
Yeah,
that, okay,
I really cannot answer
okay,
that question,
thank you.
but I appreciate it.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions does that conclude? You have any other remarks you'd like to add, sir?
And then, yeah, I would just like to respond to the comments that we were provided.
All right.
Ryan, I think,
I can respond to some of them. Okay. I can respond to a couple of the comments that were received. One resident raises concerns about elderly residents and young children spending extended time within the building, and is concerned about their safety. The exposure within the actual building will be significantly less than that I have testified to. RF doesn't travel well through materials. So this building has walls, it's built with brick, it has ceilings, has windows, that sort of stuff. The exposure within the building itself is going to be significantly less due to these different materials, due to the signal having to travel through the materials. Additionally, the resident spoke about the proximity of this facility to facilities that children and young adults use, such as a playground, elementary school. We just heard one person bring up the middle school. So just to do some quick, a quick overview of these. For the middle school, I believe the person from the public said it was about 200 yards away. I'm not 100% sure if that is completely accurate, but using that as a jumping off point, the worst case, absolute worst case, this is from our 17-foot height factor, which is, much higher than anyone's going to be at this middle school. At 600 feet, it'll be less than 10% of the FCC general public limit.
10%.
Less than 10%. I don't have the exact of the general public limit. I don't have the exact number. For one of the commenters that sent in comments brought up the Grant Park Playground. This is about 1,300 feet away. The exposure there would be less than 2% of the general of the FCC general public safety limit. And the Hewlett Elementary School is also brought up. That is over 2,000 feet away, and the exposure would be less than 1% of the limit. Additionally, concerns were raised about cancer risk from this site. Multiple organizations, including the World Health Organization, the National Institute of Health, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the Food and Drug Administration, and the American Cancer Society have found that there is no link between cell towers and higher risk for cancer. Additionally, these sites are designed to be in compliance with FCC standards. And as we've discussed, for both general public and occupational, this site is compliant with FCC standards. Have someone else?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Ryan. Yeah. Next, I would like to call back up Christiana Kastelek of VHB to discuss the comments related to the siting and alternative sites.
Okay.
Hello again.
What was the complaint exactly? Like, let's just address the exact thing.
This is in regard to the first comment form, there was a comment in here in regards to the inappropriate siting on an occupied residential building. And in regard to that comment, from a planning perspective in regards to alternative facilities such as the tower that was previously spoken about before, from a planning perspective, this would be the least intrusive in regards to the impacts on the community from that visual standpoint and the neighborhood character, as this site proposes that the facility itself would be concealed in its entirety with a few of the equipment attached to the chimney, again, not being discernible to the surrounding area. So for the purposes of siting, this site would be the least intrusive in regards to impacts to the community, in regards to neighborhood character and visual impact. And also just one thing, I think, just to add to what Mr. Hellman was saying in regards to the tower comment, the setbacks that Mr. Hellman was speaking to before, that also speaks to for monopole towers, just commonly for other locations, there has to be a setback for the fall zone in the event that the tower does collapse, that does allow for it to collapse and not necessarily fall onto a residential property. That's why there is that great setback that is required. That is for a monopole, a ground structure, not a rooftop installation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to sum up, counsel?
Thank you very much for your time. Unless there are any further questions, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I would just move, Mr. Chairman, that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, council, 30 days to get that sign removed, the posted sign? Thank you.
Patrick? Next case, otherwise we're never going to get out of here. Hold it. Yeah, I know, it's almost 4. We can do Mount Sinai. And then, yeah.
Steph, you okay? You just need, okay. John.
Mark. I can't understand what he's saying.
More displays? I thought he was taking it down.
You were accused on this guitar. This is going to be. Obviously nothing. It's going to be a shit show. Whoever put that thing on me.
Did you hear anything from Alex about tonight? Also, did you read the peer review report on the question mark? gonna need to discuss that. If I'm home early enough tonight, we can. At some point tomorrow. But please look at it. We have, I can't stand it. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. He does it on purpose. That's how he's. Yeah.
Katura, when Stephanie, Joey, if Stephanie's ready.
Okay.
I am doing it. I know. Too late now.
Oh, yeah. That's never gonna change.
Yeah.
We can get started.
The old
I need him for decisions. I need him for decisions. I wanted to. Wait, this is old case or new?
Good.
Next, we have cases 52 of 26 through 53 of 26, Oceanside. Mount Sinai, South Nassau. Special exception for proposed valet booth in conjunction with hospital. Install second detached illuminated double-faced monument sign setback 5 feet from Oceanside Road, also known as One Healthy Way.
Yes. It was submitted electronically, yes.
Well, before you do that, Stephanie, let the record reflect I'm accused on this case.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. John Anzalone for Harris Beach, Merthyr Carolina, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Suite 901 in Uniondale, New York, 11553, attorney for the applicant. Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation today. I'm here with respect to Mount Sinai South Nassau's application for special permit approval to permit a valet booth and sign variance relief for the proposed emergency room sign at the Mount Sinai South Nassau Hospital in Oceanside. With us today in support of the application, to answer any board questions this board may have, we have Angela Leno from VHB Engineering, who has obviously appeared before this board for the hospital. Barry Nelson, the applicant's real estate expert. Slow down. Sure. Good. From the hospital, we have with us Andrew Triolo, the hospital's Vice President of Facilities, Design, and Construction, and Dana Sanneman, Vice President, Public Affairs and Development, who are each on hand to answer any questions about operations this board may have. As a matter of housekeeping, affidavits of mailing and posting were submitted prior to today's hearing. As this board likely remembers, the hospital has received a number of approvals from this board over the years. Pursuant to zoning and secret approvals from this board and the town board, the hospital has been constructing significant improvements to the hospital and adjacent public roads and infrastructure, including a new central utility plant, pavilion pursuant to the FEMA alternative project to harden the south. She's typed. She's okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I'm sure she's tired and has a lazy ear at this point.
Sure. It's all pursuant to a FEMA alternative project to harden the South Shore of Nassau County's emergency medical infrastructure against future natural disasters. The improvements include the parking improvements that this board approved, including surface parking and a new employee parking garage. The employee parking garage will become operational on February 2nd and will give the hospital 1,913 parking spaces, or an increase of 638 stalls over the conditions before the modernization began in 2019. The special permit for the valet booth is sought in connection with the management of on-site parking. The hospital contracts with Parking Systems, an expert parking management company, which employs a team of parking attendants and supervisors who support the parking operations to ensure a smooth parking experience. The accessory valet booth will serve as a central space to assist staff, patients, visitors, and vendors with their parking questions and other parking needs. There are help buttons on all campus parking gates, and all the help requests will be routed through the valet booth, where a member of the Parking Systems team will work to provide them with a quick response. Respectfully, the valet booth complies with the requirements of Town Code Section 267D2 of the town's building zone ordinance. The valet booth will help manage the hospital's existing parking demand, and such accessory use does not prevent the continuation of existing uses in the area. Oceanside is a fully developed hamlet within the town. In fact, this area of Oceanside along Merrick Road is a well-developed commercial component of the community, of which the hospital has been a use and part of for 98 years. The north and south sides of Merrick Road are zoned Business X and generally characterized by standalone commercial stores, restaurants, cafes, office, and strip centers. West of the property across Oceanside Road are pharmacy, outpatient services of the hospital, parking for the hospital, a school, Oceanside School Number 5 to be exact, and single-family residence. To the south and east, of course, across National Parkway and Washington Avenue are single-family residences. The proposed valet booth is located within an existing parking field and directly north of the entrance to the hospital along Oswald Court, where there is a temporary structure currently standing to assist with parking during construction. The temporary structure there, as well as other similar temporary structures elsewhere on the site for the same purpose, are all scheduled to be removed contemporaneous with the opening of the parking garage next month. The permanent valet booth structure is approximately 251 square feet in size. It's 1 story. It is located more than 200 feet from Oceanside Road and more than 450 feet from Merrick Road. There are also no residents that face the parking valet booth. Given the small size and the location of the property, we submit that the valet booth will not have an adverse impact on the community. No variances are required in connection with the valet booth, and the land is well suited given its relatively flat topography. There is no proposed additional vehicular or pedestrian ingress or egress related to the booth. Further, the valet booth will not result in additional waste, refuse, or emissions over existing conditions. Turning to the sign variances, the hospital requires relief as the town permits 1 detached ground sign per property, and 2 because the sign is located closer than 20 feet to Oceanside Road. Respectfully, the relief will not result in an undesirable change in the character of the area or be detrimental to properties along Oceanside Road, which the sign faces, as the area is currently developed with the hospital building, including the new emergency room that opened last year. The proposed variances will also not have an adverse impact on physical or environmental conditions in this area, since the relief is limited to signage. Given the large size of the campus and the various entrances serving different portions of the property, there are multiple ground signs on the property. The addition of each new ground sign has thus required this board's permission. The hospital has requested the sign before the board today to ensure that there is a sign drawing the attention to those seeking emergency care to the driveway entrance where the site was designed to receive such patients. The sign is supposed to be set back 5.1 feet from the property line. The reason for this calculation is the dedication by the county to the county by the hospital of the sidewalk. Other areas along Oceanside Road, prior to the dedication, the setback would have been 12 feet. The setback is also consistent with the 5-foot 2-inch setback from Oceanside Road this board permitted for the existing ground sign at the corner of Oswald Court and Oceanside Road, and farther back than the historic setback to Oceanside Road that was approved for the old emergency room sign, which is in a very similar location to what is proposed today. The sign is proposed on the south side of the main entrance for those traveling to the hospital's new emergency room. Due to the need for visibility of the sign along Oceanside Road and the need for adequate two-way traffic circulation in the drive aisle behind the sign cannot be located at a compliant location. If the sign was pushed back, the visibility of the sign would also be affected by the town-required solid PVC fencing and landscaping along Oceanside Road, which limits the visibility of the sign to those driving north and south on Oceanside Road. The sign was also designed to meet all bulk criteria as to its size, and its north-south orientation of the sign ensures that the sign does not shine directly towards the residents across Oceanside Road. Given the purposes of the sign, Mount Sinai submits that these requests will not only serve the benefit of the hospital, but its patients and visitors from the local communities served thereby. To further discuss these improvements, we have with us Mr. Leno, who has been qualified by this board in the past. He has prepared brief remarks if the board would like to entertain them at this time.
Mr. Leno.
Yes, sir.
You've previously, on many occasions, been qualified by this board as an expert in the field of
civil engineering.
Civil engineering.
Yes, sir.
Since the last time you qualified as an expert, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, sir.
Then we will again allow you to testify as an expert in civil engineering.
Thank you. Again, my name is Angelo Leno. I'm with VHB Engineering, offices at 100 Motor Parkway in Hauppauge. I think John took a lot of my testimony away from me, which is good. I just want to add a couple things. You have in front of you a few exhibits that were prepared by my office that were handed over for the record this morning, but I believe previously submitted electronically. The first, which is shown also on the board, is an overall site plan of the campus. And just to orient you, Merrick Road is on the left, so that's the north side of the campus, and you can see two red boxes on that figure. The box in the middle of the campus is, or towards the middle of the campus, is the proposed valet booth. So as Mr. Anzalone indicated, it will be located deep within the campus, well away from any of the neighbors. The other red box that you see is the location of the proposed monument sign. The second exhibit is a blow-up of the portion of the site where the valet booth would be located. Just a couple of supplemental technical things. As Mr. Anzalone said, the booth will meet all setback requirements. The setback requirement from One Healthy Way is 10 feet, and from Oswald Court is 20 feet. However, it's noted that the property line is located well within well away from the actual face of curb, where it will be set back 42 feet from the Oswald face of curb and 25 feet from the One Healthy Way face of curb. The booth will be set on a concrete pad that will have bollards mounted to it for protection of the parking systems employees who will be utilizing the booth. The placement of the proposed booth will result in an overall loss of 2 parking spaces on the campus within that parking lot. However, as Mr. Sloan indicated, once the parking structure opens, there will be sufficient parking, and it will actually be 843 spaces above what is required by zoning, as is indicated on the latest site plan that was submitted to the town. There will be small lights above the doors on the valet booth. Those lights will be door lights. They will be pointed towards the ground. They will be dark sky compliant, will not project any light upward. And again, will just be for the safety of people utilizing the booth during the night. The third figure that you have in front of you is a blow up of the location of the sign, which just a couple of things to add to what Mr. Anzalone said. The sign will be set back 5.5 feet from the property line, which is essentially the back of the handicap ramp that is existing at that intersection of the entrance. Excuse me. The sign will be LED lighted on the faces that face north and south, so cars traveling along Oceanside Road can view the sign. The side of the sign that points outward towards the road will not be lit. And the lighting will be consistent with other signs that are located on the campus. I believe that covers everything else I wanted to add. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Will the sign have messages scrolling across it, or no?
Absolutely not. It's a fixed sign. It says 5 words on the sign and the Mount Sinai logo, and it's all fixed.
Where are the letters? Do you have any other witnesses?
We do have with us Mr. Barry Nelson. If this board, because this is a special permit application, and there is one of the criteria is impacts on values, so we do have him available to testify.
If you could call him up now.
Sure, absolutely.
And then I have a few letters in opposition. You
Sure.
may want to comment on these at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
My recollection is you were qualified as recently as a half hour ago.
Yes, sir.
As an expert in real estate. I would assume that since the last time you were qualified, your qualifications haven't changed. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, you will again be allowed to testify as a real estate expert.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For the record, it's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. Without repeating what has been previously said by Counselor and the civil engineer, I would just like to hand in the photographs that I prepared for the board. It consists of 19 photographs of the subject property. They, in my opinion, fairly and depict the subject property and the surrounding uses. They are indicative of where the accessory booth will be located on the northwest corner of Oswald Court and Hathaway. The additional photographs will include other similar signs that have been approved on the subject property, and they will include on Nassau Parkway to the south, on Washington Avenue and Oceanside Road. What's proposed for the signage is comparable and similar to those other improvements of signs, monument signs on the property. I recited for those photographs, I recited the case number and date that they were approved. Many of them several of them have been there in excess of 5 to 8 years without detriment to the surrounding community. As far as the accessory booth, which is a special exception, as Councilor mentioned, it is substantially away from the residential along Oceanside Road, buffered by the parking garage that's constructed to any residence on Washington Avenue, and it cannot be viewed from Merrick Road as well. It is an accessory structure that's to serve the benefit to the community, safety, as well as the patrons and people coming to the hospital. In my opinion, it complies with the special exception criteria 267D2. I don't need to go through each one. The board's very familiar with it, but it fully complies with the special exception. The area variance is sought by the monument sign for Oceanside Road is no different than what has been granted on Nassau Parkway and Washington Avenue at the hospital location, which is on excess of 22 acres of land. With that said, it's a reasonable request before this board. It serves to both serve beneficial to the people coming to the hospital for the emergency entrance onto the hospital property off of Oceanside Road, and in my opinion, is a reasonable request both for the signage and for the accessory building. I'll hand in the exhibits if the board doesn't mind.
You took them yourself? When did you take those photographs?
They were taken by myself. They bear dates. They were taken on January 14, 2026.
Okay. We'll accept them.
Thank you.
Okay.
This looks like this is a driveway in now, it's a monument sign. It's both direction. I don't know whether that's gonna obstruct.
How far is that setback?
Can't really see.
Oh, no. Mr. Anzalone, could you approach, please? See, I mean, if you see here,
Angela, I have a question regarding sign. Driveway. Line of sight. Line of sight question. Line of sight question.
Oh, sure, sorry. John. God bless you.
John, I don't know if this will help you. I downloaded these off the website.
Yeah, no, it's a setback. No, he's explained that to me, yeah.
Okay. You can hold on to that if you want. All the other signs were proposed at the exact same
Oh, yeah, no,
setbacks.
they're basically the exact same spot.
What are you looking for the cases?
No, I have the cases. Cases are right here.
Right. Do they need me to go up there and straighten this out? We gotta get out of here before it starts snowing. Oh. Two. Probably around the 10th. So I gotta be here at the 10th. Then I'm out of here. Oh yeah, this weekend. They tell me it's gonna get 3 to 4 feet.
So we would just like to conclude that we submit that there are several bases supporting the application. The property is an existing hospital campus that's been an integral part of the community for close to 100 years. Uh, sorry. The Valley Booth serves the existing parking needs of the hospital's existing patients and visitors, and as such, the special permit will not result in a negative impact on existing traffic conditions. The sign variance relief is associated with a new emergency room sign in substantially the same place as the historic emergency room sign, and is intended to make clear the location of the curb cut for the entrance to the new emergency room to those seeking emergency care. We submit the application will comport to the town code and the town law. It will not unduly benefit the applicant at the expense of the general community. And further, if the board finds that any of the sign variance difficulty has been self-created, the hospital's satisfaction of the other 4 variance factors weighs substantially in favor of granting the variances. As such, we respectfully request this board to grant the requested relief, and on behalf of my client and myself, we thank you for your time and attention. And of course, welcome any questions this board may have.
I stand corrected. No questions, Chairman.
Somebody wanna make a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, all those who signed in will receive a notice.
Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Oh, thank you. There's a sign on the property or a couple of signs. Would you please remove them?
Yes, absolutely. I'll have operations remove them.
Thank you. Good, Pat. I'll remember that the next time.
Thank you.
Next, we'll be calling case 5426 Hewlett MIM Properties Incorporated, variances subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, lot area occupied, construct dwelling with garage, parcel B, south side of Raymond Place, 233.24 feet west of East Broadway, as well as case 5526 Woodmere Savergis Creets Crystal Vertis Cretas, a family trust. Variances, subdivision of lot area, maintain dwelling on a lesser lot, demolish existing garage, parcel A, also known as 68 Johnson Place. Thank you for the lesson.
Had to learn it myself.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. Howard Avertine, 66 North Village Avenue, Rockville Center.
It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmont, New York, 11710.
Good afternoon again. This is the application of MIM Properties and Chrysovergis Kritas Family Trust for variances required to subdivide a parcel of property into 2 lots, maintain the existing dwelling on 1 lot, and construct a new single-family dwelling on the 2nd lot. The premises under application is located on the northerly side of Johnson Place, 216.26 feet west of East Broadway, running through to the southerly side of Raymond Street. The existing home has a street address of 68 Johnson Place, and the property is also known as Section 41, Block 101, Lots 2, 11, and 11 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. The existing house is located in Woodmere. The proposed new home is located in Hewlett. The parcel has a width of 51.23 feet on Johnson Place and a width of 43.0 feet on Raymond Place, and a total lot area of 9,238.50 square feet. By this application, the applicant seeks variances required in order to subdivide the parcel into 2 lots, one on which the existing dwelling will remain, and the other on which a new single-family dwelling will be constructed. The existing detached garage will be demolished, and the new asphalt driveway constructed on the westerly side of the existing home, as shown on the plan, which will accommodate up to 4 vehicles in that driveway. The new proposed home is a colonial-style dwelling with 4 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. It has 4 1/2 baths, including a bath in the otherwise unfinished cellar. The variances required are as follows. First, with respect to parcel A, that's the existing home, lot area is proposed to be 4,637 square feet with 6,000 square feet required. Lot width, 51.23 feet proposed and existing, 55 feet required. With respect to parcel B for the proposed new home, lot area, 4,601.5 square feet proposed, 4,601.5 square feet proposed with 6,000 square feet required. The lot width is 43.04 feet. Again, that's existing and proposed with 55 feet required. Also, the proposal requires relief of the limitation on lot area occupied. 29.9% is proposed, with the maximum permitted being 27.5. That is parcel B, the construct.
But
Parcel A is the maintain.
wait a second.
Sorry.
B is in a C zone.
I'm
right?
sorry. No, it's a B zone, sir.
Oh,
It was an error. I don't know if there was a plan filed and it was mistaken, and it was corrected. I don't know which, I guess you got the prior version that was on the portal.
Yeah, it says Residence C on my.
Yes, that is not correct. It is B.
Parcel B is the construct, right?
Parcel B is,
Yes.
parcel B is the construct, parcel A is the maintain.
So it's over by 2%.
Give or take. Yes, 1.9.
And what was the lot area on parcel A? I'm sorry. I missed
The lot area on parcel A is 4,637 square feet. At this time, unless the board has specific questions for me, I would ask Mr. Nelson to testify.
Mr. Nelson, since the last time you testified before this board, which I believe was earlier today, have there been any changes to your credentials?
No.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, you be qualified to testify as an expert as to real estate valuation, and those related matters.
Thank you. Council's gone over the case substantially. Generally, the subject property is east of Broadway and west of East Broadway. The area is kind of unique in that there are many small parcels in the area. You have some townhouses just outside the radius at the southwest corner of Johnson Place and Lynn Place. The westerly end of Johnson Place will include multifamily mid-rise apartment buildings. The residential development typically are one-family houses, Cape Cod's colonials, older colonials built in the early 1900s. Like the subject property, the maintained house was built in the early 1900s. It is getting dark in here. You can't call the.
It is.
It's ridiculous.
It barely, but.
I'm getting one of those coal miner lamps.
Oh, there you go. So what we have here is a street-to-street subdivision. The residences on Johnson Place will not see a change in the character of the neighborhood. Raymond Place would be where the new colonial is proposed. As I mentioned, it's a street-to-street subdivision. I handed in several exhibits, photographs of the subject property. I believe there's 20 pages there of the subject property. Residences along Johnson Place, the improvements along Raymond Place. In my opinion, they fairly and accurately represent the subject property and the surrounding uses, and would be what the board would view when they visit the location in the near future if they haven't done already. The second exhibit would be some aerial views, and attached to those two pages would be the tax map for the subject block. That would be section 41, block 101. And the last page would be the same block. The aerial view will depict what I just described as far as the character of the neighborhood, the apartment buildings, the townhouses, all within the vicinity of the subject property, and generally between Broadway and East Broadway. The third page of the exhibit would be the tax map for the subject property, and I identified other similar subdivisions like the subject property within the block between Johnson Place and Raymond Place on the north side. And the three most recent, there's four of them. What we would do is start from the second house to the west of the subject property, number 60 Johnson Place, and the corresponding companion would be 53 Raymond Place, and that was under cases 656 and 657 in 1984. Continuing west, number 48 and 48 Johnson Place and 41 Raymond Place. Continuing west of that, 38 Johnson Place, corresponding 31 Raymond Place, cases 548 through 551 in 1976. And the most recent application for a subdivision would be number 30 Johnson Place and 25 Raymond Place. And that would be cases 22 and 23 of 2018. Most of these parcels, some of the ones I didn't recite, they were similar subdivisions. I just didn't come up with the cases, and they were done a little older, earlier in time. But what you see here is there are no other parcels that lends itself to a subdivision other than the subject parcel, which now comes before the board for similar requests of relief that the others within the subject property.
Doesn't, Mr. Nelson, doesn't the parcel A, the maintain, which is in the Widmer, doesn't it need front width too? I can't.
That would be an existing condition. The subdivision would be from street to street. It's not from side to side. So I don't believe the building department saw a need for the front width in that it's already existing, and the subdivision does not create that frontage onto Johnson Place.
But it's asking us to create a building lot.
In the rear,
We're being asked to create a building lot. Well, they're both really before us because you want to maintain the
Yes.
dwelling on a lesser lot.
Well, that's correct. I believe the building department's determination was irrespective of the subdivision, that the existing lot width for the home, the parcel on which the home is a pre-existing condition that's not changing. I believe that was their interpretation, and not denying it for that reason.
Okay.
and I have done other cases similar to this where they have not requested front width, in that there's no change in that subdivision.
So then only lot area and, all right.
Yes, lot area.
Maintain on a lesser.
In continuation, the breakdown of patterns of development. Within the 100-foot radius, you have 11 out of 19, 58%. Within the 200, you got about 45%. And on Raymond Place, most importantly, you have 16 out of 24, 67% that would be non-conforming. Right opposite the subject property, you have approximately 40 by 100 parcels, 4,000 square feet, which would be equal or smaller than what is being proposed for the new house, parcel B. So with that said, and considering that there's a subdivision development at the southwest corner of Johnson Place and Lynn Place that was built in 1989, 1990, of townhouses, there's 50 units, and it's an HOA development on one large parcel, but each one has the ownership of a small parcel. If you look at the radius map, you'll see on the east side of Lynn Place, 2 flag lots just outside the 200-foot radius, east side of Lynn Place, and it doesn't identify on the radius map, but it would be 1085 and 1087. That was a creation of flag lots on the east side of Lynn Place. Just to the south of those 2 flag lots, on the east side of Lynn Place, was another subdivision that now is known as 1083 and 1075 Lynn Place. Those were under cases 687 and 688, and that was November 17th, 2021. That created 2 lots, 10 1083 was to maintain on a lot parcel of 3,960 square feet, and the new lot on the east side of Lynn Place, 1075, was on a parcel of 4,840 square feet. That would be part of, while it's outside the 200-foot radius, that would also be part of the character of the neighborhood. And I'm strictly talking within the second block, or the first block to the south of the subject property off of Lynn Place. In fact, if you continue to look at the radius map on the north side of Conklin Avenue, there's additional parcels, and it would be just where it's identified as Section 41, Block 102, and that would be 54 and 58 Conklin Avenue, and they were built many years ago, in 1994, pursuant to a subdivision and variances, but it's part of the character of the neighborhood. There will be a future future development on the south side of Conklin Avenue. That'll be some townhouses, but it's not, that was already approved and it's just not constructed as of yet. With that said, it's my opinion what's before this board, and it would be the only other parcel that lends itself to a subdivision like what's before the board today, would be in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. The pattern of development is not going to be altered or changed. One new house is not going to be out of character for the area. In fact, if you look at the five parcels just to the west of the subject property, similar front width, similar lot area, and one new house is going to be an upgrade to the subject property. That house, it provides for on-site parking as far as one car internal garage and at least 2 cars for on-site, 3 cars for on-site parking. In fact,
Which lot was one you said is the only other one that lends itself?
no, there is no other one that lends itself. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough. There are no other parcels that lend itself. The north side of Raymond Place, which I previously mentioned, there are 5 40 by 100. In fact, several of them have been before the board over time in the past for lot area occupied. And they would be, I can recite each case, but they would be similar to what the applicant is requesting as far as lot coverage or greater. And in my opinion, lot area coverage, many of these were built prior to changing it to 27.5% under the old code, where they were 30% allowed for lot coverage. And we're still under the 30% lot area. With that said, property values are increasing. A new home in this location is going to sell for in excess of $1,250,000. I provided number 25, which would be the last one that was, or the previous one that was approved from Johnson Place to Raymond Place. I provided photographs of that house. There is no permitted parking in front of the subject property, and if you look at my photographs, you'll see that there is a sign. So we're not, by putting a curb cut at that location, we're not eliminating any on-street parking for the south side of Raymond Place in front of the subject property. With that said, I did provide you comparable sales, photographs, area views, and tax maps with the citing of some recent cases. Thank you. Yes, sir.
On Conklin, you said we approved townhouses there?
Well, you have the one on the north side, and on the south side would be the
You
old.
said we have one that's going to be built.
No,
I think we rejected that. They were building an apartment building where there was a greenhouse, there was like
Nursery?
a nursery.
That was before, that was approved at town board for,
I know it came before us and we rejected it.
oh, I didn't know that.
You know, they wanted to build like an apartment building.
I thought that was townhouses.
It was an
I worked on
apartment
it.
building. We rejected it at the time. I don't know if there's something new, but Conklin Avenue, it's opposite the, they have like you said the HOA, you know, with all the.
Right opposite
with
Cedar
what's
Glen
built.
on the south side?
Yeah,
That came before the Board of Appeals and it was denied?
Yeah, I
but it
remember it. I inspected it.
Okay.
So
I'll correct
that's
mine.
incorrect information. That's what I'm saying.
Then I'll correct my testimony as far as
the south side, but you do have the Cedar Glen on the north side. Thank you. Thank you.
I would just also like to reiterate the proposed parking available for the two homes. As I mentioned in my initial comments, there is an existing garage on the property servicing the existing home, and that is proposed to be removed, and there will be a new asphalt driveway which will accommodate at least 4 vehicles. With respect to the proposed new home, there's a 1-car garage proposed and a parking pad which will accommodate 3 vehicles for a total of 4 vehicles off-street. That completes our presentation. I understand there might be some interested residents. We would like to address any comments that they may have.
I have one quick question. On parcel B, those stairs, what are those stairs to?
That's a basement stairs.
So exterior cellar entrance?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thanks.
You want the plans, Kim? See where they go? No. Okay, yes, Mr. Albertine, there are some other names here. There's you, Mr. Nelson, a couple other names. One had indicated opposed, but then indicated that was an error. Then I have a couple names that didn't sign in with any designation. So I'm going to start with the person who did sign in, which is, last name is Benoville. Pronounce it? Bodovic. I'm sorry. It looks like an L at the end.
It is.
I know, I hate it. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Okay, sir. Got to get the thing working.
Check. Dmitry Borovic, 76 Raymond Place, Hewlett, New York. I also represent my neighbor's pastor's family at 67 Raymonds. Gelb at 55, Krull at 63 Raymond, and Lionheart at 68 Raymond.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Yep, some of them submitted written objections as well. I would like to highlight 4 key reasons for objections. It's already a highly dense area. Additional structure will impact the character of the block. Second piece, probably one of the most important, safety. Even though it's a 2-lane road, it's really 1-lane road. We constantly have scratches of the cars. Emergency cars have a hard time to get through. Recent snowstorm, people had to move their cars in order for the snow truck to pass through. So it's a bit of a challenge to navigate through the streets. It's highly narrow. It's Raymond Street. Third element is parking being mentioned multiple times. We don't really have parking in the streets. So this, even though it appears that the new structure will have 4 parkings, but usually guests, people taking all the spots and have to go outside of the Raymond. So again, as I mentioned before, it's going to impact the character of the block. And the fourth piece, we only have 1 drainage that sometimes gets backed up. So I anticipate with a new structure, we're going to have more flooding issues and again, safety concerns. So that's the 4 points. And we discussed this with my neighbors. I think some of the similar points will be brought up and highlighted in their statements as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The other names on here, I'm not sure if they're people, I'm not even sure the capacity in which they're here, but I have Sam Besnez.
Sam Besnos is a principal of the contract vending MIM, and the other gentleman
Zev Winnow, or
I'm sorry?
Zev Willow. The writing is WILNOW.
Don't know who that is.
Is there anyone here by the name Zev? He left. Okay, great. So there's no one else here to be heard on this case, correct? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Albertine.
If I could, I'd like to address the traffic concerns. The road has existed. There are existing homes on on that street. One new residence on Raymond is not going to impact the existing traffic patterns. As indicated, we provide parking for 4 vehicles off the street. We also have from the easterly corner of the subject property on Raymond all the way to the west. On the south side of Raymond, there is no permitted parking. So as Mr. Nelson indicated, the creation of the curb cut to accommodate the new home will not reduce legal street parking, and issues raised regarding scratches to vehicles, et cetera, that would not be impacted by what is being proposed here. Regarding drainage, town requirements mandate that all water be maintained on the property. So to the extent that, for argument's sake, there was some water which was leaving the subject property onto the road, that would be eliminated by construction of the new home because all water must be contained. In an effort to assuage any additional concerns the board may have, if the board's preference is to eliminate the cellar entrance, we would be happy to do that as a condition to an approval if the board were so inclined. And so that addresses the concern for maybe an improper use of that basement. It would also serve to reduce the lot area occupied. Did you have a bug on my head?
It did.
It attacked me. And so we believe that this is not out of character and does not create any additional, to the extent there are existing conditions, which the gentleman testified about, the granting of this approval would not in any manner exacerbate those conditions. And with respect to the drainage, as I indicated, it would even serve to reduce that problem. Also, there is some overgrown shrubberies on the northerly side of the property at Raymond Place. Obviously, if the application's approved, those shrubberies will be removed, everything cleaned up to accommodate what needs to be done in terms of the development of the property. The applicant is also willing, at his sole expense, to install fencing, legal fencing pursuant to permits that would be obtained to accommodate the neighbors to the new home on both the east and west sides. So, and it is also my client was relayed to my client that there's a tree on the property that, while it will be maintained, needs some pruning, and he will have that taken care of by a professional arborist or tree specialist.
No. There's an exterior basement entrance.
Yes, we agreed we'll take rid of it.
You said you would agree to not have it.
Correct, sir.
Okay, I missed it.
That's okay.
Thank you very much.
That's why I'll say it twice for emphasis.
Yes, Katori, she said. Question, sir.
Yes, I just wanted to let the board know that the contract vendee for the new proposed home is present, as well as the owner of the property, if the board had any questions for them. That concludes our presentation.
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on a decision calendar. When the board renders this decision, you will be notified. Mr.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Abertine, there's a sign posted on the property indicating this
We'll get it taken down.
forthwith.
Forthwith,
Thank you, sir.
absolutely. From this morning's cases as well.
That too, yes.
Yes.
I think, whatever.
Are we done?
Yes. Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
Yeah, that's funny.
Have a nice evening.
Have a nice day. You spoiled it already.
Next, we have case 58225, Oceanside, 361 Atlantic Avenue Company LLC. Use variance to maintain warehouse not in compliance with FEMA construction standards, to a portion of which is in a Res B district with overnight storage of commercial vehicles and with side yards variances. Special exception to maintain not in compliance with FEMA construction standards in business district. Variance in off-street parking. Special exception to park in Res B district and maintain 8-foot high fence, also known as 361 Atlantic Avenue. Please raise your right hand. Anybody else?
Everyone.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and I'm sorry, we have,
Judge,
we even have the.
we swear attorneys in.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we do, so.
You swear or affirm to tell the
We
truth, the
know
whole truth, and
attorneys
nothing but the
law.
truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat and state your name.
Nope.
Address.
Something new.
No,
Tom McKevitt did that to us about 5 years ago.
Okay. So I guess I'm saying good evening and not good afternoon, but I will promise I'll try to be efficient with your time, and I appreciate that it's late in the day. So I won't rush, but I'll try to be efficient. So Kevin McDonough, Cullen and Dykeman, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, on behalf of the applicant, 363 Atlantic Avenue Company, LLC. And the subject property is 363 Atlantic Avenue in Oceanside, Section 43, Block 379, lots 55 and 202. With me today testifying, and they'll testify only to the extent they absolutely need to, Richard Bavone of RMB Development Consultants, Barry Nelson, Nelson Realty Group, Wayne Muller, R&M Engineering, and to the extent that we have questions, we have the project architect, Franco Perna, here with us, and the project engineer, Christopher Robinson of R&M Engineering.
What about Mr. Muller?
And Wayne Muller, traffic engineer from R&M Engineering. Thank you.
So would Chris be his boss, or they equal?
I will defer to him to testify as to the hierarchy.
Equal?
So hopefully co-equals. So brief background, the premises is partially located in a Business X district and partially located in a Residence B district. The premises was purchased by the applicant over 20 years ago in June of 2004. At the time of the purchase, there already was the existing building on the premises, or an existing building on the premises with the same footprint as the current building. And the building initially was constructed in 1957 for the storage of beverages, sale and storage of beverages. In 1963, there was an addition to that building for a car wash. When my client purchased the property in 2004, that building was there, the footprint was there. Neither business was operating at the time. I'm going to try not to overlap with Mr. Bone too much, so I'll leave the permit history to him and then add to it as I need to for context. The applicant, the LLC, leases this property to Contractor Express, Inc., which is a building supply and kitchen design company that's located on the adjacent property with its showroom at 389 Atlantic Avenue. That property is separately owned and separately leased to Contractor Express. So I'm going to, in the interest of time, turn this over to Mr. Bavone to talk about the prior approvals for this property and the permit history to provide some context for the application.
Good afternoon, Richard M. Bavone, 308 East Meadow Avenue, East Meadow. I'm going to give you a brief overview on the permits, and as as we just stated before about the permit that was issued in 1957, that permit had a variance that was case number 1242, and also that had the extension of the business use for the warehouse and for parking in the Residence B zone. Due to the fact that the town of Hempstead historically has a commercial property or Business X zone for the first 100 feet and thereafter it becomes the residential zone, that's common and normal in the town of Hempstead, and this has been like this since 57. So this property has existed.
An extension of business use is it was granted by the Board of Appeals, which virtually allows the Residence B to act as a business property,
That is correct.
just for clarification.
Correct, but as we move forward in time, in other properties, they always ask you for parking in a Residence B when you have that, which is something that is done now. So, but in this specific case, there is that extension of the business use and the parking in the back or on that property. And if you look at the historic records which I submitted, I gave you 2 packets, and if you don't have them with you, I have copies of them, which is number 10 and number 11, and those show that the buildings that were constructed back then in the 50s and the 60s with the car wash and what we have today, the building that's there today is in a similar location. So to fast forward to 2008, when there was an application that was filed for a new building, that application was referred to the Board of Appeals, but never went anyplace because at that time in 2008, we got hit with a recession nationwide and everything basically stopped. So it took a number of years for this property and the businesses to come back. And now the next thing that happened on Long Island was 2012, which we got hit with Superstorm Sandy, and everybody was, on the South Shore destroyed when it comes to their homes and businesses. So what happened is Contractors Express became a major supplier of building materials to the communities on the South Shore, and the building that is there now was renovated to house the building materials in the time period that they needed to get people occupied. And that was the mission of all municipalities at the time, to actually make sure people were back in their homes, make sure businesses were back up and running. But it stayed within the same footprint. It's an unconditioned building, which means that it doesn't have any heat and it's just supplying as a warehouse materials for contractors and for supplying different businesses for building. We have filed applications, again, with building department to comply with FEMA. Originally, there was a notice about the building didn't comply with FEMA, but we are able to, the architect of record was able to comply with FEMA requirements by providing flood vents and also the plans that were revised, and that's why that variance was removed. So we're not here for that any longer. Now, in reference to the professionals that are here, again, we have Franco Perna, who's the architect of record, who we've been meeting with the building department to make sure we comply with the FEMA requirements. Chris Robinson was handling Nassau County DPW, which is the 239F process that we have to file with Nassau County, and also he's handling the FEMA requirements to make sure that we're in compliance, which we will be by the modification of the building per the plans that have been submitted. And then we have Barry Nelson, who's just going to talk about the area, the surrounding area, and also the values of the property and what this property has been doing all of the years, in addition to the engineer, Wayne Muller, who's just going to talk about the traffic in reference to the 239F. So just briefly is that this building has been there. The property has had this buildings in the same location, not even using the back part for any type of a building because it was in a Residence B that was used basically just for parking and for the Contractors Express. And at this point, if you're okay with that, we'll have Barry Nelson come up.
Yes.
And I do have this packet. This is what was submitted. If you want a hard copy instead of having it, I can hand them in. Okay.
So we're going to ask Mr. Nelson to address the uniqueness of the property, the use limitations, the character of the neighborhood. But first, I'd like to ask Mr. Chairman if he could be recognized as an expert based on the fact that he's testified here a number of times before in that capacity, actually a number of times this afternoon.
If you say no, I got to go. It's just got darker. I can't see what I'm reading now. It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. The counselor and Mr. Pavone has gone over the case substantially. No, I'm okay. And if you look at the site plan, you'll see the split zoning between the property on the business zone on the north on the property and the residential portion, residential B, on the south side. It's a landlocked piece of property. You have a similar development to the west, split zoned, and to the east is Powell Creek. Again, it's a landlocked parcel, the residential portion, and it cannot be utilized for anything but in conjunction with the business zone. The radius map that you have on file will depict a good part of the parcels to the west of the subject property would be similar split zoned, as well as many of the parcels on the north side. I don't know if the board has any copies. I do have some aerial views I could submit of the subject property and the adjacent parcels. But in context to what's before this board, it's the utilization of the building, which generally was created in 1957 for the westerly side of the property, a westerly building for a soda and beverage storage and some retail, I guess, sales and wholesale uses. And the easterly side, which was for a car wash, or at that time they called it a car laundry facility. That building today is approximately 75 by 90. The two buildings configured together would be generally of that same size, and it, as as Mr. Pavone mentioned, it's in the same general location of what you find today for the on the site plan. The area character, you have, if you look at the aerial views, to the west, Contractors Express. To the west of that would be Grossman's Nursery, which I don't know what's going to go on at that location. And that is split zoned. It was before the board for part of that property to be rezoned to a CA zoning. Then you have to the west of that, Pizzarusso, which was before this board, and I don't know what's going to happen there. It's multifamily, multi-use. I think it came before this board for similar uses, split zone. And then to the west of that would be Stop and Shop, and that's a substantial development that goes all the way back from Atlantic Avenue to Powell's Creek. To the east of the subject property would be Powell's Creek, vacant parcel at the corner, and then you continue to the east of that, you'll find industrial type uses in the business zone, rental, or mechanical type of uses. On the north side, the northwest corner of Terrell Avenue and Atlantic Avenue, I had nothing to do with that, is a substantial, large, vacant parcel that was before this board several years ago for the Sunrise Assisted Living that'll eventually be developed at that location. To the west of that, you have some townhouses that were constructed. I think there's about 32 units that was constructed as far as garden apartment rental type units, and I think it's known as Inlet Atlantic on the north side. To the east, retail stores. You do have a laundromat, not a laundromat, a car wash, and continuing east, you have townhouses and garden apartments. Again, what's before this board now will have another look at by this board, and I'm sure when the board decides favorably, if they do, there'll be another modifications of any prior conditions, and it would be strictly for what's being proposed, including parking on the site, new paving, new lighting. There's a request to provide for 2 truck storage at the southerly portion behind the building, and it will be totally behind the building, will not be visible from Atlantic Avenue. There'll be fencing and landscaping put on the site to improve the nature of the facility. And then you do have the property just to the west, which has outside storage and was before this board for relief, including extension of business use. With that said, I believe the applicant can meet the burden of the use variance. Again, the property, residential B zone, has been utilized in conjunction with the business, with the existing buildings since at least 1957. That said, I believe the board's very familiar with this location, familiar with the property, and now is presented with a reasonable application to conform to or provide on-site parking and upgrade the facility. Thank you. Yes, sir. 389 Atlantic Avenue.
That's the property immediately to the west.
Yes.
Did this board grant zoning variances on that piece to enable them to conduct the business they're currently conducting?
I believe 389 was before this board under cases 918 through, what was it, one case? No, it was case 918 that requested use of the residential property, use of the residential portion of the property, use premises for warehouse, office, open storage for building supplies in a residential B district, variances for side yard, rear yard, and maintain open storage racks. And that was under case 918, October 24th, 2001. Decision date, May 22nd, 2002.
Thank you.
I believe I didn't address one portion of that application, which would be the side yard setback variance that's requested. And interestingly, it would be the small portion of the existing building on the westerly side between the subdivision line of the west, to the west, 389, which we just talked about, and the subject property.
Mhm.
It's only that portion of the residential zone, because in the business zone, there is no requirement for a side yard setback. So it's almost de minimis, because the property to the west receives similar type relief, and it is a similar type, commercial type use.
And I was going to point that out, but I'm glad that Mr. Nelson did that. Where that setback is also, you would see that is just a small portion of the existing building that's in the Residence B. The majority of it is on the business district.
Yep.
And any more questions, Mr. Nelson?
Yeah. Any other questions from Mr. Nelson? You call your next witness.
Thank you.
I didn't hear anything.
Before we're decapitated with the.
Yes, I did.
The cracked glass.
I know, that's what John just said. John just said he looks crushed.
Just would like to clarify the record because of the way the caption read or reads in the notice, when we came for the adjournment, and after that adjournment, we actually met with the building department, which is the plan examiner, to discuss the FEMA requirements. So in the caption it says special exception to maintain not in compliance with FEMA construction standards in a business district. That's been removed. The letter was submitted to the building department. Plan examiner accepted it, that would be removed because the building as presented will comply with FEMA requirements.
Can you say again, Mr. Bavone, which words? I just want to cross them out.
Say that again?
It says more than once. There's more than one location where it says non in compliance with FEMA.
Correct, but that's all been removed.
Which ones? I just want to cross them out of my caption.
Special exception to maintain, not in compliance with FEMA construction standards in the business district.
Okay, so not in, I'm gonna start with not, complete construction standards, end at standards?
Yes, it says not in compliance with FEMA construction standards in the business zone.
So I'm just trying to cross out literally the words. So I'm gonna cross out the word starting at not and ending at the word standards. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now that same language is earlier in the caption. Is it to be crossed out there also? See, not in.
It says use variance to maintain warehouse not in compliance with FEMA construction standards.
Should it be eliminated there also?
Yes, that is correct.
Same exact words, starting at not and ending at standards.
Yes.
And this is in here right now. How is it, I'm crossing it out of my caption. How is it going to end up formally removed from this request?
It was formally removed by the building department because they did a review of the plans that were resubmitted after the adjournment, and those plans were found to be in compliance with the FEMA requirements, and therefore the plan examiner sent a notice down to say that that was not part of any of the variances any longer.
Okay, I've been shown that now. So just out of curiosity, had those plans changed and that's why that language was removed, or it was a re-review of the same plans with a different outcome?
The plans were modified to comply with FEMA standards.
Okay, great. And I do have, just for the record and for that record, that is from Rebecca First, dated December 15th of 2025. And there's the notes that you've indicated removing that, just to have it in your transcript.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness we'd like to call is Wayne Muller of R&M Engineering. There should be a traffic report as part of your package dated October 9th, 2025. Mr. Muller is going to summarize his analysis and findings from that report.
Good evening. Wayne Muller, R&M Engineering. Office is at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York.
And Mr. Chair, I was about to ask if you could also recognize him as an expert. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Shortcut.
I just handed up some, we did prepare a report dated October 9th, 2025, which was submitted previously to the board. Additional copies were just handed up in accordance with the board procedures. And just really to cut to the chase from a traffic perspective, the improvements that are depicted on the plans will vastly improve conditions in the area. Currently, there's head-in parking along the northern side of the building along Atlantic Avenue. That will be removed, and landscaping installed in that area between the building and the curb line along with the sidewalk. The plans have been submitted to the county for review. They indicated that they would like some minor tweaks to the plans, just a small widening of the driveway in order to better accommodate the truck traffic that comes in and out, and moving of the gate a little bit further into the property to allow the person who opens up the facility in the morning the ability to pull into the site, open the gate, and then go on their merry way into the building. As indicated in my report, the changes to the reconfiguration of the site will not create any undue traffic congestion or hazard. By removing the parking that's head into the building from Atlantic Avenue, it actually creates a much safer condition, whereas vehicles don't have to back out onto Atlantic after receiving whatever goods and materials that they needed. As indicated in my report, we did perform observations of the site, and again found that there'd be no significant impacts upon the approval of this project. I'll be happy to answer any questions if the board has any. Thank you.
Questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
So I do have the architect and engineer if there's any questions. Otherwise, I'll just conclude briefly.
Conclude briefly.
Briefly being the operative word.
Operative word.
So I respectfully request on behalf of the applicant that the applications be granted. As Mr. Muller just testified, the parking will actually exceed what's required. 11 are required. We're going to provide 13. They'll be relocated, which is a benefit to everyone. They will no longer be on the 9 spaces on Atlantic Avenue. It'll be relocated to the interior of the property. Mr. Mueller has testified that there is, in his opinion, no negative traffic impacts created, no congestion, no hazards. The requested relief will not change the present character of the neighborhood, and we believe for all those reasons that it's warranted to grant this application and the relief requested, and thank you for your time this evening.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed?
Judge, this was your swan song.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to, at the beginning when this was adjourned, this is my last matter, so I retired in August, but I've stayed on to finish this for my longtime client, so I appreciate that this is the last time I'll speak as an attorney in public to anyone, so
In the words of Dr. Spock, live long and prosper.
thank you. All my speeches now will be to my grandchildren.
There you go.
Long and healthy life.
Mr. Lucas, you'll remove the sign as soon as you, that'll do it. You could reuse the plywood.
Why is the sign removal become so important?
No, wait a minute. Oh, all right, no. Okay. Do I, that's, there's Christine.
I don't know why I'm still behind in my spelling.
That concludes the afternoon calendar. I think we'll take a 5-minute break and come back and make some decisions.
Yeah.
Rules of common indictment. C&D, yeah. Common indictment.
No, previously, it was counsel with, I think it was Kevin, Walsh, McDonough, and somebody else. They were,
They're in 7th Street,
yeah,
their office.
exactly,
Mhm.
AAA. They were counsel to the Diocese of Rockford Center.
Just let me.
Okay, ready? Who's ready? I'm ready. It's dry in here. My throat hurts. It's like, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. So I didn't realize we're getting all the snow on Sunday. Oh, what? Oh, well, just make sure.
Couple of years, we have
I know, we've had a lot of them already. So Sunday, though, it's gonna be, I think, the most so far. So I'm gonna make sure I have some wine, some snacks and whatever, some firewood, and just enjoy it. Hopefully it'll be a delayed opening to school next, right? I would enjoy that. That we had on Sunday, we actually had my family over for dinner. My brother's birthday. So we did like a nice dinner and have a fire going.
It's a new dawn. It's a new dawn. The new day is dawning.
I feel like I haven't done that many this year. I've just been so busy. And I said I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
Going to do decisions,
Yeah, so I wouldn't have said that.
right? Case 49 of 2026 Belmore WKH Realty LLC. Property at 1843 Belmore Avenue has been adjourned to February 25th at 2 p.m. Case 50 of 2026 near Floral Park, Karamveer Singh. Property is 95-23 to 43rd Street. That case has been adjourned to March 25th at 2 p.m. Case 51 of 2026 Hewlett, New York SMSA Limited Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless. Special exception to install 9 wireless communication antennas, 2 equipment cabinets, and 1 Delta battery on top of existing building. Property address is 63 through 69 Prospect Avenue in Hewlett. We need a secret determination if you want to decide it.
I think that, they have the existing there, they're just upgrading it, and we're just putting off the inevitable. To me, it should be granted, but I don't know what everybody else thinks.
Any discussion, or are we going to do decisions on this case? We need a secret determination.
I could do that. I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the CEQA determination based on the testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we have reviewed and analyzed.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And on the application itself?
On the application itself, 51 to 26 Hewlett SMSA Limited Partnership, 63-69 Prospect Avenue, be granted as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, cases 52 and 53 of 2026, Mount Sinai Nassau Hospital. Any comments?
We did have a discussion about modifying the sign.
I want to hold that case. I would suggest that we contact the attorney for the applicant on the sign issue. Oh, separate cases. We'll hold it. Case, I don't think it's urgent. I mean, is it? Nobody told me it was urgent. They have a temporary one. Case 54 of 2026, Hewlett MIM Properties, Inc., variances, subdivision of lot area, front width and on-street line, to front setback line, lot area occupied, constructed dwelling with a garage, that's parcel B. And 55 of 2026 is Woodmere, the Creets Family Trust, so also subdivision of a lot area, maintain a dwelling on a lesser lot, demolish the existing garage. Parcel A, 68 Johnson Place, Woodmere, Christa Vergis, okay. Any comments?
I have a comment.
Pardon?
No basement, exterior basement entrance.
Okay.
Ken, isn't that the one you were raising an issue on too?
I did, I brought it up and he said it, and he said he should.
And the other comment I have is what Katora said, which is true, is that they're taking the whole backyard from one house. So the house they're building is sort of legal, but then the old house is too small. They're sort of making a subdivision out of it. So
Well, they are.
But my point is the house that's on, not the new house, but the existing house is only like 4,000 square feet, right?
So aren't the other lots over there similar?
Yeah, they are, but I'm just bringing that up, that's all. I have no, nothing against it, I'm just making a point, that's all.
Was there any opposition on that case?
That one guy that was here, he was complaining about the parking and the drainage and something else, but they are.
That's all done by engineering, drainage.
So we need a secret determination on that case. Who's going to make that?
Because it was back to back.
On that case?
Okay, should I do them both together? Or?
We should.
I On case 54 of 26, Hewlett MIM Properties, Inc., and 5526 Woodmere, Christoverges Creeks Family Trust. I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the secret determination based on the testimony given, exhibits on the file, and other materials we've reviewed and analyzed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I move case 54 of 26, Hewlett MIM Properties, and 5526 Woodmere, Christoverges Creeks Family Trust, be approved as requested with the proper subdivision guidelines, and they also did say that they would remove the exterior cellar entrance on the main tank.
Owner occupied or no?
Mm-hmm.
Upon transfer or sale.
Mm-hmm.
Second. On transfer, sale, owner occupied. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Did I say that right?
How about that last case?
I only heard
Anybody
partial
add-
testimony, so Joe is going to the extent that's going to be done now, Joe.
Well,
May I?
there's no discussion
On what?
on that last case. 582?
That's what we're going to do now.
He's asking you.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah.
Is there any discussion on that last case?
Merrick.
What does that mean? Is that like a giant tractor trailer or a box car?
Did you go over there and see that place?
No, I was at the wrong.
Should we?
Yeah, right. I would hold it.
Okay.
Hold it, and you should go look at it. Joanne, you looked at it, right?
Yeah, because I live around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with it. I don't think there's ever been a problem on Atlantic Avenue with those buildings.
All right, you want to make a motion? All right,
I'm down with that.
I don't have to go.
all right, we need a secret determination. Who's going to do that?
Respect to case 582 of 2025, location of property 361 Atlantic Avenue in Oceanside. I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the secret determination based on the testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we reviewed and analyzed.
Second.
Aye.
Opposed? With respect to the application, case 582 of 2025, Oceanside, 361 Atlantic Avenue Company, LLC. Property address is 361 Atlantic Avenue, if you could find it. Some of the board members couldn't, but
With respect to case 582 of 2025, the property is 361 Atlantic Avenue in Oceanside. I believe that we should amend the caption.
to strike out not in compliance with FEMA construction standards in both places.
In the two sentences.
Mhm.
Okay. And other than that, with the testimony given, I believe that we should grant this application.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
If we're on reserve, the first one, I'll just go because the first one is Lido. Now, I looked at that a number of times. Now I finally got the new plans. I'd like to run back over and compare the new plans with what's there now. And then we can do it because I have a feeling it won't change, but I want to make sure.
Elmont? Anything on Elmont?
That's this one.
559. Continue to hold it. I for 1, Kimberly for 2. You can do it for 3.
What are we talking about?
It's been around for a while.
Thank you.
I gotta take a look at it. I don't remember. I really don't remember.
Is that the one that had a lot of
Okay.
exits and entrances?
Oh, I have one.
Okay, that makes sense.
What happened to it?
How about 247? What are we waiting for?
Yes, I sent everybody all the materials just to refresh yourself, as well as the link to the hearing itself. I also sent proposals from the applicant's attorney on what they're willing to compromise and do to
Which
help out
case
with
are we on?
the concerns of neighbors. So in doing so, I've also heard from Mr. Benesso again, who has,
This is the one where that when, some of the neighbors wanted them to shrink the size of the building. They wouldn't do that.
Mr. Benesso had gone through their submitted traffic study and some materials from the engineering.
They're the oppositions, or?
No, no, there. And said that his clients are willing to consent to a condition that would require them to have valet parking during certain events that they have there, as they have the ability to park on the neighboring parcel as well, which would give them an additional 14 spots next door. That's something that the board would like them to draw up some sort of plan for.
Would they have the contractual right to that? Is he talking about?
They have spoken to the owner of the neighbor next door, and they are willing to allow
The neighbor next door.
In other words, they're willing to.
daycare synagogue.
But I mean, is he saying, we spoke to them and they said we can park there when we want? Or we spoke to them and we are expecting to put together a small a little written document saying.
Yes. They will wait until they have the written document.
Yes. The what? They're using it right now.
Hold on, turn off the mics.
But on top of that, okay, so I will
Just,
speak with Mr. Benesso.
I think it, I agree with Mr. McKenna. We'll hold it. And that Prospect Avenue was a 2-lane road. I went there, passed there again, drove it this morning. I've been there hundreds of times over the years. That's a 2-lane road. There's no parking on either side of that road. And the participants in this center are going to park in the neighborhood. We heard a lot of testimony that they're going to park in front. There were cones put in front of their house. The people, and they weren't identified as participants of this center, but they're parking and blocking their spot, so to speak. It's a daycare center. I don't know that it could be labeled as a religious organization. I recognize that.
Better than none.
Well, it's going to be held anyway. And there is also, which I noticed for the first time, there's this, and then I went west on Prospect. There's a synagogue, I think, next door. And then next door to that, there's a Jewish Heritage Center. Also, so they're going to be 3 in a row. There's 3 in a row now, but to expand this particular one, let them expand it. Nobody's denying their right to practice their religion, or let them expand it, rebuild it. It's a dwelling. Let them do it so that they don't need any additional parking and an imposition on the neighbors. So be it. We'll address it next time. Just food for thought.
There's on-street parking there, but I went there at 2 in the afternoon when presumably a lot of the people at work, and it was still pretty limited. There is a structure that is divided into a 2-family. It's pretty small. Each side has a driveway that is literally this. I have a BMW, a small BMW car. That driveway wouldn't fit an SUV. It's so small. Right now, I presume it's working, but they want to take this single-story flat roof building that, if I were guessing, each unit is probably 800 square feet, and do this to it, which would add, they want to put a FEMA level in, have this existing level, go outside the footprint some, go up to create two units, each with 3 bedrooms, and a single parking spot. It's oversized. This application has the business on it, multiple outbuildings, this 2-family resident, and needs almost every variance there is to grant. So while I think the business works well, I guess it's limping by with the 2-family the way it is. My motion would be to grant, this is case 603, cases 603 through 608 of 2025. It's the caption 77 Vanderbilt LLC. The property is located 77 Vanderbilt Avenue in Island Park. I first would make a motion that, based on the evidence in the file, all the other materials in the file, the testimony at the hearing, the other materials reviewed and analyzed by the members of the board, that we, as to the application as a whole, adopt a negative declaration as to the CEQA determination.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
I would then move as to the relief sought for the business, its outbuildings, the 3-foot wall, that those items be granted. The 3-foot wall temporarily, because it's forward, and we need to make sure there's oversight so that it doesn't ever end up taller. It would create a safety issue. It's also in the clear sight triangle. The 4- and 6-foot high fences, to the extent they're forward of the dwelling, temporarily granted. To the extent they are not forward, those can be permanent grants. But I would move, my motion is to deny the request to construct a 2nd-story and 2-story additions and elevate the 2 attached single-family dwellings.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Get red in the face now. Okay. Yes. 51925.
5/19/25, I did reach out to the applicant, because you'll recall we are awaiting amended plans. The applicant is in the process of amending their plans. However, their draftsman is going through some medical stuff, so it may take a little bit longer, but they're in the process.
Okay.
Which one is that?
That's
519.
Roger.
Case 511 of 25, that's Wantor, the Islamic Center of Nassau, Inc. Use variance to maintain storage of commercial mechanical equipment in the Res B district with side and rear yard variances. Use variance to maintain storage of a commercial trailer in the Res B district with side yard variance. Install a 6-foot high fence forward of the building lines on Oakfield Avenue, which may obstruct line of sight at neighbor's driveway, southwest corner Jerusalem, Oakfield Avenue, aka 2856 Jerusalem Avenue. We need a secret determination if we're going to make a decision.
Okay, go ahead. I know a lot of members of the board went out to inspect this. I did too. I went twice. And prior to that, and even afterwards, I went through all the materials in the file. Obviously, we're all here at the hearing. I went back through the photographs that were submitted. I went back over a second time and measured certain things just to really familiarize myself with the case. And this is a residential neighborhood, it's residential property. So I would make the following motions. For starters, I'm going to go through them in order. Let's see. So this is, by the way, this is cases, let me just put the case numbers on the record.
511.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. So this is case 511. So since it's all cited under one case, my motion is going to be to grant part and deny part.
We need sequel.
Yeah, I'm going to do sequel in order.
Well, sequel first, then motion.
Well, okay, you could just vote against it, right?
Yeah. Before you make your motion, I want to.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to say, Mike, I want to deny it in full.
Okay.
And destroy it, all ends of it.
Make.
Okay, can I make my motions now?
Go ahead.
Okay. Pardon me. So since it's all under the heading of one case, I'm going to go through it in order for ease. So the first request is the use variance to maintain the storage of commercial. I'm going to do them as I go because do you mind if I just go in order?
Okay.
So the first one is the use variance to maintain storage of the commercial mechanical equipment in a Residence B district, which needs also side and rear yard variances. I move, based on my review of the area, the materials, inspections, and I know a lot of people did inspections. This is a use variance to store non-operational commercial equipment in the backyard of a Residence B zone property. I move that we deny that request. So that's my first motion, is deny the portion of it that requests the right to store this commercial, non-operational commercial equipment, which is very large, basically boxes of metal in the Residence D district. That's Residence B. That's my first motion. Second? No? Okay.
No, did you want to elaborate the reason or the rationale?
I did that. Do you want me to just go through all of them before? Okay.
It's one case?
It's one case. That's why I thought I'd go piece by piece, because normally they're separate cases. So as it relates to the second part of the request is a use variance to maintain the storage of commercial trailer in the Residence B district. I also, with regard to this one, this is a commercial trailer that is not only commercial in nature, but it also, from my view and my inspection, it's listing significantly. It's on wheels as if to be trailered out at any moment with a commercial vehicle, and it's being stored as a commercial piece of equipment in the Residence B district backyard. So I also would move to deny that request.
On the basis of safety?
Safety, and it's a commercial piece of equipment being stored in the backyard of a Residence B property. Yeah, it's just both of these are just inconsistent with the nature and character of the neighborhood. As to the fences, there are multiple fence requests. The first one is to install a 6-foot fence forward of the building lines on Oakfield Avenue. There is a fence existing along Oakfield Avenue that was originally installed without a permit. That fence, to me, is safe and reasonable where it is. Pushing it further toward Oakville Avenue, in my view, would create safety issues. There's a driveway adjacent to that fence, a very active driveway as far as I could tell, and of course there's a long sidewalk. I think that the safety aspects of pushing that fence out are outweigh any de minimis benefit of pushing it out slightly. In addition, I noticed there was a curb cut midway on the fence. I don't see that it's being used. I don't know for sure, but that curb cut would also, to me, be more consistent with keeping the fence further away from the street if that curb cut were ever to be used. In addition, there are a number of large old growth trees that sit just outside where the fence currently is. So I think keeping the fence where it is, the detriment and the impact on the neighborhood and the safety far outweighs the benefit that anyone could achieve by pushing it out a little bit. So as it relates to that part of the fence request, my motion on that would be that based on the materials in the file, based on the testimony at the hearing, the evidence also admitted at the hearing, the other materials and analysis done by the board, that as it relates to that piece of the fence request, that we adopt a negative declaration as to the CEQA determination, and we approve the application to keep the fence in its current location, that portion of the fence on Oakfield.
Second,
So,
do you want to second at this point, or you want to go on?
well, because I thought you wanted me to do it that way. Originally, I was going to do them each. So then as it relates, so that's keeping the fence where it is. My motion is to grant them the right to do that so that they can enclose that large backyard that they have. In addition, there's a request to push the other fence that runs parallel with Jerusalem Avenue. There's a request to push that forward. And on one side, it looks to me like it would be about 25 feet to push that forward toward Jerusalem Avenue. And my motion would be to grant them also the right to first make a negative declaration as to the CEQA determination on that fencing for the same basis that I moved to do so regarding keeping the fence on Oakfield where it is. And I would move that we grant them the right to move all of those both sections of that fence that run parallel with Jerusalem, to move them all the way out to the front building line of the structure, so as to give them a lot of additional space enclosed in that backyard.
So then would your motion be to also connect the portion that's moving front towards the building line to connect it with the fence set back?
Yes.
On Oakfield?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one question I would have is the fence, would we make the fencing, normally what we do on the fencing and what they call often this principal side yard, which is also a front yard, we often make that fencing temporary just so that it's maintained in the way originally envisioned, like, as we always say, if someone sold the property and someone else comes along and don't know, because it's a safety issue if it's changed. So
standard fence conditions as well?
Standard fence conditions. So the fence would be pushed out toward Jerusalem, as I described, and the current fence, we would grant them the right to keep them where it is so that they can keep that backyard fully enclosed.
Why was that not in the caption?
So my understanding is that any fencing that protrudes into Oakfield Avenue, that protrudes into the front yard. So that portion of fencing that's on the northeast portion of the building towards Oakfield Avenue also requires variance relief at the front building line because it's a front yard. So that's.
Yeah, and they have that fencing up already, even though it's not, they need a permit for it. So that's why I think we should grant them the right to keep that fence where it is.
And connect the front building line.
Of course.
Does there have to be, so the front, that fence is going to go out to the front of the building?
So
the building.
No, I know. But does the fence here go that far?
It currently does not. So the fence as existing, it appears as though it's set back probably there.
I tried to measure it here when I was out there one of my visits, and I got at about here, I thought it was about 25 feet. Okay. It was my best guess. 25 feet from.
So that'll be connected.
Correct.
So that it's not enough fence there, they're going to have to add to it.
Correct. So they'd have to add to Oakfield Avenue to be in connection, but set back from the property.
Yeah, and that's what they'd like to do. Yeah, so, and I think that's a very reasonable request.
Do we have a second? On that
Second.
motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Did you say nay?
Do we
Okay.
have a second for the neg deck?
Second.
Okay.
All in favor of a neg deck?
Aye.
Any opposed? The sequel, the neg deck on the sequel determination.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then grab the tissue.
I have to call you back.
Okay.
All right?
Shall we continue? Okay, so,
Anything on 646?
yes.
What about the rest of the case? You voted 5-2 to approve the whole case?
No.
No.
Did you hear, the motion was?
The motion,
To
No, I heard
grant
what you said,
report.
so
So the motion that was made was the portions of the application for the.
the reopening of that case from 2003 that we granted certain hours of operation.
okay.
Wait, what? Let's see, we did 247, right?
No, we're on
I
1175.
know, I just wanted to check it out. You're talking about this one?
Yes.
What are we doing? Oh,
We're
waiting for
talking
Christine.
about it right now.
We're waiting for Christina.
We are?
How about 27 through 29? Can we skip it and come back?
So 27 to 29.
That was a doozy.
Certainly was.
So to answer some of the questions that the board had, there are currently 2 to 3 deliveries via a 53-foot tractor
Found the
trailer
file.
per day. That number would go up to 5 to 6 days, and then it would be approximately now there's 10 deliveries via a variety of different trucks. That would
Walmart.
rise to 15 total
Walmart.
deliveries a day. And that's
We're on
including
Walmart.
those 5 to 6 daily deliveries via the tractor trailers. Walmart, to help mitigate some of the noise and other problems in the area, they suggested that they will commit to implementing either a concrete wall or sound wall mounted on top of its new loading docks to reduce noise emanating from the loading dock activities. Walmart will provide a speed table to reduce the speed of trucks driving around the building. Walmart will remove the stadium lighting at the perimeter of the property and replace it with new downlit lights at a lower height. And Walmart will install an array of security video cameras on the building, which will allow Walmart to monitor the activities occurring at all hours of the day. The problem they had finding any sort of evidence saying that there was vehicles parked on throughout the property. They didn't own the other portion, so there were no cameras there that they had access to see if those vehicles were there. They would like to also continue with the previous restrictions of 11 to 7.
Walmart.
Sure. Is that what you want to do?
What did we do on 11:25? Okay, so, by the way, did we do 646.25? No. Okay, because they did amend the plot plan. It was just changing the curb cut, just as, that was my information.
So who needs to review it, you?
No, the office, they did what the board asked, if there was an issue with the curb cut. If you would like us to send it to the building department, I'm happy to do so.
No, we're an hour late.
With respect to 1175, I did reach out to the plans examiner to have him re-review the application. You'll recall, this was a permit that was issued as of right. It was going from medical to medical. And they were doing interior alterations. There was no change in the footprint of the building. And it came up at the hearing that maybe an additional parking variance was triggered because of the waiting room. And I spoke to the plans examiner assigned and asked him to re-review it to see if that were in fact the case. And his opinion remains the same. It's going medical to medical. If you look at the BZO, medical offices, it goes by square footage. It's not a public assembly. So he would still issue a permit as of right. It doesn't trigger any new variances or enlarge any existing variances. So that's the update I have.
We want to take a vote on this?
The question before we do, and the question that I had is, why did the board limit the hours of operation for the previous case?
So I believe in reviewing the transcript, it was based on need and community.
So the first case needed some type of variance in off-street parking.
Correct. And the practice at the time, it was, I believe, 3 internists, and due to the nature of their practice, they were able to agree to certain limitations and still operate a thriving business.
Okay.
So it was community input and their business model. That's my understanding.
Okay.
Because nowhere in the record was there testimony with respect to the hours of operation. But there was an exhibit that was submitted from constituents which stated what they wanted with respect to hours of operation. So that's the information that we were able to find.
Okay.
And again, this was uncovered after a permit was issued as of right. They uncovered that there were prior conditions, and instead of operating out of the conditions, they wanted to seek a modification.
Were there previous conditions other than the limited hours of operation?
There were, I believe, one of the other conditions was that it limited the amount of doctors and personnel, but they were still within those parameters.
Okay.
So it was just the hours of operation.
Thank you,
I'm
John.
comfortable with that.
Have a motion?
Mr.
You
Renat,
were
yes.
No, not me.
not here.
No, I was not here.
Oh.
Grace, you were not here either.
I'll wait for, shall I?
Go right ahead, Joseph.
I move that case number 1175 of 2003, that the application was for a modification of the hours of operation only, and I would move that the board grant the application with the same previously imposed conditions, and this grant is only to the extent of eliminating their hours of operation.
Second,
Second.
all in favor? Timely?
So we are going back to the 2 from last week as well. We have 2 additional ones.
Well, answer Mr. Regano's question. Are they timely?
Timely.
So, there's much debate over whether the timely or not.
There's inconsistencies in the BZO. And when you look at the fees section of the BZO, it seems to treat extensions differently when it's to issue a permit as opposed to commence construction and get a CC or a C of O. So once you have obtained your permit, you're treated differently than if you haven't. Now, the extension of time, like I believe it's 271 of the BZO, states it a bit differently. But if I'm not mistaken, that treats complete construction differently than the other two.
Well, can we just make our own decision on how we wish to interpret it?
I mean, listen,
No.
I personally think the board has the discretion
That's
to
okay, though.
ones that we don't find are meritorious.
Well,
We
if
have
you
that
think we
discretion.
have that, why should we headache over it? Let's just use our discretion.
Well, like, for example, if you have a case from 2007 that was a subdivision, which actually, after our conversation, somebody did present to the office with an extension of time to obtain a building permit for a subdivision that was granted in the early 2000s. And
That would seem to me that we would want to have them back in. Check the same conditions are still in place, et cetera.
What do you mean by back in? Deny the extension of time?
Bring them back in and hear testimony about the situation and make a decision going forward from there.
so a rehearing or make them start from scratch.
Make them start from scratch.
So, again, but I do think the board has its
That's
discretion,
what
whether
I
or not they
think.
pick up their building permit to say, you picked up a building permit in 1930 and have done nothing. How do we know the area and character hasn't changed? I know that's kind of a.
Do we have to, no, that's a very reasonable
But-
inquiry, but do we have to decide? Is it, and I sincerely ask, what if, using that example, couldn't we just say, you know what? Let's start by just saying, hey, guys, you need to come, and let's say we did it under the old case number. You need to come back in so we can find out what's going on here. And at that time, we will decide whether we're going to say, if you want to go any further, you have to file for a new case, or we're going to make, whatever, I don't know.
Sure, so that presents, I think, two different issues. One, the plans, like, would we require, because essentially you're reopening it, and we have done that in the past. I remember there was one case where I think complaints were coming in, and the,
17.
the property, they submitted photos, and the property was in disrepair. We brought them in to say, what's going on, this is not acceptable.
What if we just had them back in to ask them what their, what if we just had a procedural come in, like, okay, issue them something to come in to explain to us what they're asking us to do, as opposed to.
Sure, and then if the board then denies it, so be it, they have to start from scratch. The board can do that.
I mean,
but
what do you recommend?
Again, it's kind of an ad hoc basis.
Yeah.
I personally think that we should be affording the probably more liberal approach, because why bring folks back in if it's unnecessary?
Agreed.
But that's gonna be up to the board's discretion.
on, Joe, let's go.
There's a, here's, this is, there's a case that it's to secure a certificate of completion. That was, the construction is complete. It's my understanding that they can apply for a certificate, if it's completed, apply for a certificate of completion or CO at any time. As long
Why
as they,
haven't they?
I don't know. As long
I mean,
as,
why are they, what's the reason they're giving?
yeah, Sullivan,
Contractor and COVID delays.
that's all. So
But, wait, I thought you said it's complete.
This one's complete.
it is complete. They need their CO.
They need their CO. It's
And
completed.
But if, how is the contractor stopping them from calling for their final inspection?
That's what
That's
took
the,
them so long to get to this point. They're going for their final inspections now.
Oh, okay.
that I don't think, I would recommend we have no problem with.
Okay.
Then we have the tunnels for tower, August 20th, 2025. They need to start, they need to get a building permit.
Okay.
I don't think that's an issue with that one. Then we have Liberty Utilities, New York Water. They had a grant in 2023 to secure a building permit. They've had 2 extensions of time before. They're timely to come back, so I don't think that's an issue. I think this case, in my opinion, in Westbury, Samir Ahmad, it's 1808 Oak Street in Westbury. They need to, did they get a permit?
Commence construction.
Yeah, but did they get a permit? That's
They
the,
did or didn't?
I don't know.
According to that paperwork, they did. I don't know when they picked up the
Oh,
permit.
it says over
They
here.
must have gotten it if they're at
Yeah.
the commence construction phase.
Yeah. How many people build without permits?
No,
On,
I just meant,
it had been issued here,
12/11/23.
23.
so 2 years ago, a little over,
They didn't start construction.
what's their rationale? Could not start construction because of financial hardship.
So, Christina, this person received a building permit 11/12/23. Did not start construction, didn't put a shovel in the ground. They're time barred. Okay,
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
I'm
So
holding
let's
it.
I just want to, okay, but let's just.
But they have 2 years to start construction after they pick up a permit.
But wait, let's just think.
What?
Okay. But can we just first can I just ask? They picked up we found it, we granted the application. And we granted it 2 years ago. So leaving aside, and I don't disagree with you, but first of all, I think we would all probably agree that there's little chance that anything's changed and that we wouldn't re-grant this thing, right?
I don't know that.
It's only been 2 years.
Okay, go on.
So, so when do you think,
The ordinance, in my opinion, says that you must start construction 2 years after the building permit is issued.
but, and you don't think we have the freedom, you're saying?
See, if you look at 271 and 252, the fees.
272.
But if we think we have the
You're right.
freedom, the ability to decide.
Sure, you could do like Vogel says all the time. Do it sua
I'm
sponte
not
and grant
saying
it.
that, I'm just saying, Joe, do
No,
you
no,
think
let's
we
just
don't?
decide it, okay?
Listen,
Let's just decide and move
the
on.
But I think that's what we're trying to do.
So again, if you look at 271 and 252, 252 is fees.
271, and where are the things?
252.
no, aren't fees right underneath it?
Is it on there? 252. 257, I apologize. Here.
Oh, there it is,
Yeah. So if you look at 250, the fees, yep, 22,
No.
23, and 24, hold on.
I will, okay.
You'll see that they treat failure to pick up an extension of time to pick up a building permit differently than an extension of time to commence or complete construction. there's a drop dead provision to pick up your permit in 252.
252, which are the fees section.
Correct. But
But first comes, do they qualify to pick up a permit or start construction? If they don't do that, then the fee portion is not applicable.
So
I
then
will,
you
I'll
have
shut up.
271. No, this is 257. Yep, and I go to 271. These are
No,
the
you
fees.
said 250.
So what do you say?
257, I go to 271.
What?
No,
What are you saying?
I have to
should
read, I have to
Do
read
you
what comes
review
before this.
whether or not they
No, I
qualify?
No, are they qualified?
No, they're not.
Okay, then they're not. So what do they
can't.
have to do?
271.
They're denied, it's file a new case in the building department.
Okay, just deny it. They're not qualified.
Well, there's a discrepancy, Joanne, with all due respect.
I personally, 260, and the other one deals with extensions of times. The fees deals with the fees for the extensions of times. And I don't know if it's typo, but
What do you say?
basically, if you pick up the building permit, you are able to get
I didn't hear what
the
you said.
time to
Or
commence
deny it.
construction.
Move that we deny that extension of time.
Did we do all the others?
Yes. Okay. Samir Ahmad, it's case number 741 of 2020. I move that the extension of time is time barred. It's not within our jurisdiction to grant an extension of time.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Please, pretty please. Oh, that one. Case number 1035 of 2020, of 2017. The construction has been completed. They need a permission to obtain a certificate of completion and a certificate of occupancy. It's timely. I move that we grant this application 1 year to secure their certificate of completion. Then there's Stephen Stiller, Tunnels for Tower. It was granted by the board August 20th, 2025. They need to obtain their building permit. It's timely. I move that we grant them a 1-year extension of time to secure their permit.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Then we have case number 726 of 2023. It's Liberty Utilities, New York Water. They need it's timely. They've had extensions of time prior. They've had 2 extensions of time. It brings it into a timely application to secure a building permit. I move that we grant them 1-year extension of time to secure a permit.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Chairman.
Any other administrative?
Yes. Oh, I'm getting hungry. You don't want to see me angry.
Here's another one. At the last hearing,
I move that we adjourn to close the hearing.
The next meeting.
The
February
next,
4th, I think.
I move that we close this public hearing and move to the next public hearing, which is February 4th.
All in favor?
Aye.